Hello and welcome to the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting for 9 a.m. Wednesday, January 25th, 2023. First item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time is citizen input for any item not on the agenda. Looks like we have a few requests to speak here today, so I'm going to go right from the top here. So Brett Mattis.
It's me.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Brett Mateus. I'm here as a part of the new nonprofit, Preserve East Bend. We're a newly formed group that we have people in our group that are from all walks of life, that live out east of Bend, from retired military, retired police, doctors, lawyers. I'm a construction manager, farmers, ranchers. We have a good group and we've recently formed after we found out about the possibility of a landfill out at the end of Bear Creek Road. And we're here to say we oppose a landfill out on Bear Creek Road, which is 181300, and anywhere else, including Rickard. But we have a mission. Our mission now, and it's growing, our group is growing, and our mission is to protect the traditional rural lifestyle of east of Bend, Oregon, by providing a platform where neighbors and property owners can collectively engage civic and community groups to preserve their agricultural way of life. Last week, we received an email after the SWAC meeting from Chad Santola that we are in support of, where he wrote that they were going to come to this meeting and remove 3 sites from consideration for the new landfill, including the Bear Creek Road site. So we're in full support of that. And I just wanted to let everyone know we at Preserve East Bend are a growing group. We welcome anyone that wants to join that's east of Bend. You can look me up at the end of this meeting or just email preserveeastbend@gmail.com, and we can get you connected. And in closing, I just want to say thank you for your time. We look forward to working with the county officials to advocate and create livable and safe communities east of Bend, Oregon.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Following next is Craig Miller.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity. For coherence and time, I'm going to read my statement. As a former SWAC member, I understand the necessity for planning a new facility. I also understand both the difficulty and the importance of choosing the best possible location. I have lived in Bend since 1981. I served as an emergency physician at St. Charles Medical Center from 1981 to 1999. I subsequently contracted as a Geographic Information or GIS specialist for the Oregon Natural Desert Association, and that's where I work now. I have a deep appreciation for the need to protect human lives as well as protecting the environment on which both humans and wildlife depend. I provide these comments on my own and not on behalf of ONDA. They will be giving their own set of statements. I have grave concerns regarding the methods and assumptions that have been used to determine approximately 12 sites. I believe certain criteria were too heavy-handed and other criteria should have been included that were omitted. I will touch on some of these below. So I think the county was correct to eliminate the non-viable areas first. I just don't think that they found all the things that they should have used as avoidance. As illustrated by the 5-mile avoidance by the FAA recommendation, it is clear that the non-viability criteria were not adequately identified. There appears to have been a significant lack of knowledge regarding federal land management as well as state wildlife management when these criteria were devised. Although most of the potential sites out in the east are privately owned, many are surrounded by BLM. As such, road construction, visual changes, traffic and wildlife impacts may preclude the types of activities that might be planned on the private parcel. One striking example is the Cougar Wells site, which is almost the furthest east one, which is a private in-holding inside a wilderness study area. There is no access to the site except for a primitive motorized trail. There is not a constructed road that accesses the site. Trash cannot be hauled to the site without a constructed road. In short, the Cougar Wells option is fatally flawed. WSA should have been included in the exclusion criteria. Other exclusion criteria that should have been included from the start includes a 4-mile buffers around occupied pending sage-grouse leks and visual resource management categories 1 and 2. Federal management is guided by an overarching management plan that has undergone a rigorous EIS. A federal agency is subject to litigation if it fails to follow its own regulations set out in the management plan. The Greater Sage-Grouse Approved Resource Management Plan Amendment, which is a mouthful, but ARMPA for short, was devised to help prevent the extinction of this keystone species. Its intent is to avoid triggering more stringent protection under the Endangered Species Act. Despite ARMPA, and it's still a little early to tell, but the sage-grouse populations are continuing to decline. So it's incredibly important, at least that ARMPA regulations are followed to help avoid ESA, triggering the ESA. Road construction and other disturbance activity is not allowed within 4 miles of a pending occupied sage-grouse lek under ARMPA. Three of the parcel options lie within the 4-mile buffer, precluding road construction, site development, and other disturbance activities. Another federal requirement that various viewscapes receive a range of protection referred to as Visual Resource Management, or VRM. A VRM 1 or 2 classification prohibits new disturbances such as developments, roads, night lights, increased noise or traffic. The Golden Valley site is within a VRM 2 zone and is therefore ineligible for landfill placement. Other exclusion criteria that I think should have included situations where multiple wildlife winter range and habitat overlap. ODFW designated essential pronghorn habitat was not included at all. Every option from Horse Ridge east possesses multiple overlapping wildlife ranges. One of the things that really concern me is the importance of dark sky to the Pine Mountain Observatory. It has been the observatory has been a Central Oregon icon since it was established in 1967. It has made many important cosmic discoveries. Dark skies are becoming increasingly rare throughout North America. The Pine Mountain site is one of the few areas where there is dark enough sky to have an observatory. The increased presence of night lights in the Milliken Valley, such as truck traffic after dark or lights at a landfill, will seriously impact the ability of the observatory to function. Also, dust particulates from traffic can decrease the air quality. Milliken Valley and Golden Valley site options should be excluded to preserve the dark skies and the lowest possible air particulates. Regarding all these exclusion criteria, it seems like there were some things that were excluded that maybe shouldn't have been. At least it's unclear to me to what extent federal and county land exchanges have been considered. And, maybe that's not possible, but it seems like it should be possible and should be one of the things to consider. There are easily accessible areas along Highway 97 and along Powell Butte that are managed by BLM that are outside the 5-mile FAA exclusion range that could potentially be amenable to exchange, while at the same time avoiding the NIMBY concerns and wildlife conflicts. Furthermore, to what extent has a tri-county approach been considered? There may be certain areas just outside the Deschutes County boundary that could serve the entire Central Oregon region. Considering that this will be at least a 100-year commitment, it is imperative that the whole range of possible solutions be carefully considered, using the most comprehensive range of viable options possible. I believe the current process falls short of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Dr. Miller.
Dr. Miller.
He said he was an ER doctor.
There we go. Thank you. And thank you for joining us today on that topic. A couple agenda items from now, we're going to be talking about that. So at this time, Ron Bozell, about propane bottle, trash and litter.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Ron Bozell. I've lived in Central Oregon over half my life. And something has crossed my desk the last few years in conversation, and I've pursued it, and I brought it up here in this room about a half a year ago. And I'd like to extend another opportunity to consider this as an action item for you, because I believe that it is solvable by you. It is the constant litter, especially during the wintertime, of those little green bottles that are often donated to many in our homeless community. And it doesn't take a genius to figure out that after a little bit of conversation, or a lot of conversation, I found out that those bottles end up on the floor of our forests in our county. There's just no reason for them to bring them back. And if you can imagine that right now, today, I don't have any stats for you, I'm sure there aren't any, but there are those metal bottles being dropped on the floor today. I've talked to many of these people who use them, our people, and they admit it very freely that they go one way. And one person even told me that they go into a hole in the ground, where his estimation was 150 of them, and that was last summer. So My questions are going to be more specific. My ask is much more specific today than it was a half a year ago. I'm going to ask two things, and I'd like to start a conversation as one of those things I'd like to ask. Retailers that bring these bottles into our county, those organizations that donate and have a hand in handing those literally to those users, and maybe even manufacturers, because there are some side issues with these bottles. We should invite them here for a very specific conversation and let them lead the conversation, because I'm sure that they have some ideas, because I am not driving or suggesting toward a bottle drop solution. It's not the same situation and won't be the same solution. And I hear you give away a lot of money for a lot of important things. And I thought, how much money would it take for us to start just a tiny little buyback program to get some of these things in town? Just, and I've asked around. I said, would $1 do it? Would $1 bottle do it? And I think the clear answer is yes. And I would like to see some action on this now, please. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. One note, there's a Thursday at noon, there's a joint Office of Homeless Management meeting at noon. Commissioner Dare, is there public testimony during that meeting?
Yes, at the end of that meeting, it's from noon until 2 p.m., and there will be allowed public testimony.
In this room?
Yes. So, Rhonda, if you want to come and repeat your message. I did have the green bottle on my desk for about 6 months, trying to figure out what to do with it. So, I haven't figured it out yet.
Is there anybody else here to testify in any matter? Anybody online? Great. Thank you for joining us. So this is citizen input.
Hi. Can you-
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning.
Hi, this is Doreen Ty. I live on the east side of Bend. You know why I'm calling in about your airport. And I want to again bring up the community impact as being overlooked. The 2013 NEPA does not include species of concern. It does not include our wildlife. It does not include road impacts, neighbor impacts. And the retaliatory nature of the airport is not being addressed. And 2 times this week, I've gotten 2 hours of sleep. So, and you guys have the ability to keep their decibels under 45. I'm not in a noise impact zone. This should not be happening. I also wanted to bring up ambient air monitoring and lead monitoring again, because we are the second highest lead exposure in the state from that airport. With over 600 pounds of ultrafine lead per year being crop dusted over farms, fields, homes, playgrounds, children. Ambient air monitoring, like it needs to happen. I've sent you tons of studies on how serious it is. And they've recently come out in Middleton, Wisconsin. They tested their wells near the airport, and it had the leaded isotopic fingerprint of their aviation lead from their airport. They were able to link the two. In the 2013 NEPA, it stated that it has a high absorption rate, so there's no runoff. So the wells and water needs to be tested around the airport too. And I bring this up with extra frustration because this week I was contacted by a mother with a toddler and an infant that have tested positive way over what they should ever be. And how do you tell these children sorry for your economic revenue? This is crap and it needs to be dealt with. And these guys need to be reined in. And you need an appropriate NEPA, and you need some air monitoring, and you need some water quality monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the testimony.
Thank you, Doreen.
Anything else?
I guess before we leave public comment and citizen input, I just wanted to point out we heard very important testimony about landfill siting today, and that will help inform our discussion of item number 5 on our agenda. But technically, technically, it is not allowed under our rules for people to make public comment about something that's on our agenda that day. And I think that's a problematic rule that I've mentioned before. I would not want to tell any of these folks who came here today. I assume many of them are interested in learning about and tracking the discussion of the landfill. I wouldn't want to tell any of these folks that they are not able to talk about the landfill siting process today. So just so pointing it out, emphasizing it to my fellow commissioners, pointing it out for the public, we need to reconsider the rule that we have that people are not allowed to talk about something that's on the agenda that day during public comment. And yeah, because somebody was here on Monday who wanted to talk about an agenda item, and he was aware of the rule, and he just sat quietly in the audience and watched. And it's not right, and it's not fair to anyone.
Thank you. So we do have other input on a few different topics. These are emails sent to the board as a whole. So 5 citizen input emails in favor of dark skies outdoor lighting ordinance. So that's a work plan item for our community development department. And also 1 citizen input email regarding zoning reform for exclusive farm use parcels in the east of the county. Seeing no other input, just like to take a moment and celebrate the Chinese New Year, so the Year of the Rabbit. So I saw the rabbit on your door, Commissioner Chang, so I was just acknowledging that. It's another moment in time here, so it's like a week-long period, correct?
A month.
A month, okay, there we go. So I was already corrected on that. Thank you so much. At this time is consent agenda. We have 3 items on here today. Any
So moved,
discussion?
consent agenda.
Okay.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes.
Oh, and I did want to acknowledge that our Veterans Office has just replaced Carrie Lucas, and Carrie moved on to Philadelphia, I believe, but Carrie was an amazing woman who served in our office. Her medical knowledge was so helpful to veterans with medical issues, and so Sean Kirk, that moved over from Crook County, is here now in the office, and he's got really big shoes to fill. And I hope that Carrie hears my appreciation and of her fine work that she did when she was with Deschutes County.
Great, thank you very much for that. And along those lines, item number 4, recognition of Deputy Harriman's 25 years of service with the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office. So please step up and say hi, and we'll get a photo today, too. That's the conclusion of this operation, but is there anybody to provide words? There we go. Thank you very much. There we go. So yeah, little acknowledgement, and then we'll get a photo here in just a moment.
Come sit down.
Here we go.
Well, thank you, Commissioners. I'm Captain Mike Schultz of the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office, and I'm here with our Deputy Herman. And that's
Sorry, yeah, I did that, sorry.
He's used to it. In fact, it
first
took
time.
several times to get his name correct on the plaque, but we got there.
Thank you very much. Thanks for correcting me.
Yeah, and our deputy has served the citizens of Deschutes County for over 25 years and has been integral not only in our labor organization, but in helping us in the management team. In fact, he was on the board that helped hire me, so I have great respect for him.
Oh,
But it is time for a conclusion for him, and we're very proud of his service. And the Sheriff's Office and the community of Deschutes County has really benefited from his hard work. Why individuals were able to sleep at night, he took care of the jail situation and made sure that it was safe for everybody in our community. So for those years of service, we appreciate him.
yes. Well, thank you very much. It's very, it's a calling. It's a career path, and thank you very much for all your years of service to the citizens of Deschutes County in public safety.
Thank you.
Any other comments or
No, that sums it up.
photo time?
No, actually, I want to say
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah.
In today's world, somehow things have been flipped, and we need to flip them back, and so appreciate everyone who serves to keep our residents safe in Deschutes County. It's critical, and it is so appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can we bring some of our teammates up? Sure. All right.
I knew I should have worn heels.
That's his plan.
We're going to invite his son up as well. Okay. He's also the Deschutes County employee.
And we'll go on the sides of you guys. You direct us.
Okay, make me look taller.
We could do a pyramid.
See if I can squeeze you all in here. As tight as you're willing. All right, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2. Thank you.
You earned it.
With that.
Yeah, sometimes when when I'm pronouncing names up here, you never know what we're going to get. So, okay, item number 5, board direction relative to the exclusion of certain candidate landfill sites from consideration in accordance with FAA recommendations.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chad Santola, Director of Solid Waste.
And Tim Brownell, Incoming Director.
We come to you today to request authorization to convene a special meeting of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee to discuss an FAA advisory that recommends excluding landfill siting within a 5-mile radius of public airports in the county. I wanted to start by giving just a little bit of background on how landfill siting is impacted by regulations. In the 1990s, when the EPA established new rules that transitioned us from the world of dumps to landfills, there were 2 exclusions that were set up. One was a 5,000-foot exclusion for prop airports, and a 10,000-foot exclusion for turbojet aircraft. And in 2021, when we were getting set to embark on this landfill siting process, we did contact the FAA to find out whether there were any additional regulations that had come up since the EPA established their rules. The one that came up, and there's been a bit of confusion in the community on the applicability of a particular advisory from the FAA that specifies that landfills are not permitted to be sited within 6 miles of certain airports. The rules that qualify airports are very specific to the nature of funding for federal grants, as well as the nature of air traffic and passenger use of those airports. And in 2021, we got a conclusive answer from the FAA that the Redmond, Bend, and Sun River airports, the 3 public airports in the county, did not fall under that exclusion. That question's come up a number of times in the past few months, and we revisited it with the FAA again to make sure that we were still complying with those rules. And I actually got confirmation verbally and in an email just the other day that the 6-mile radius does not apply to the airports in the county. Back in 2021, the FAA did advise us of a second advisory that recommends landfills not be sited within 5 miles of an airport. And at that time, the FAA recommended that we revisit that with them when we get further down the path on the siting effort. So with that, we did reach out to the Bend and Redmond airports, and I want to have Tim give the summary of our discussions we had with the Redmond airport a few weeks ago.
Yeah, so we met with the director and airport engineer of the Redmond airport on January 12th to discuss with them their airport safety overlay zone that is currently laid out, as well as to discuss broader issues beyond that overlay zone. One particular site was impacted by the overlay zone, which is the Negus transfer station, which was one of the 13 identified potential sites for a landfill. In our discussions with them at that point, regardless of the 5-mile radius, they felt that the location of a landfill just outside of their overlay zone would not be acceptable due to the potential of bird migration through their overlay zone. They did also speak to the and said that they would not support a landfill on that site specifically. They also said that the 5-mile overlay would be something that they would want to take into further consideration, because we discussed with them the potential of looking at land farther south within BLM areas. Furthermore, we then spoke with the Bend Airport, and Chad spoke directly with Bend. So why don't you speak to that issue?
Yeah, I reached out to Tracy Williams, the manager for the Bend Airport, after we met with the representatives from the Redmond Airport, and they were in support of the position that the Redmond Airport had. The Bend Airport actually is the third busiest general aviation airport in the state, and Tracy pointed out to me at any given time there's probably more aircraft in that 5-mile zone around the Bend Airport in comparison to the Redmond Airport. So with that, we feel that we should consider the recommendation from the FAA as a requirement, similar to what the EPA has on the 5 and 10,000 foot clearance area. So with that, we're asking that you allow us to reconvene the SWAC to discuss this item specifically. And again, that the impact is the Negus facility that Tim had discussed, as well as the Bear Creek and Rickard sites that are on the list at this time.
So that's kind of the business of this agenda item, and I'd like to kind of bring it up to a higher level too, and remember what we're doing here. So, Chad, do you remember the Solid Waste Advisory Committee previous version of it? What years were we stopped a Solid Waste Advisory Committee at one point?
So in my career with the county, we did convene the Solid Waste Advisory Committee in, I think, 2018 to
yeah, the current, but I'm referring to 15, 20 years earlier.
Oh, okay, and one of the gentlemen that spoke earlier mentioned he was on
it. Yeah,
and that
was
must
good to
have
know.
been that prior group in the 1990s. When the EPA transitioned the rules from dumps to landfills, the county's intent at that time was to close the Knott facility and site a new landfill, a brand new landfill elsewhere in the county. And from what I recall from conversation with Tim Shimke about it, it was a rather detailed, long process. And ultimately, the county elected to modernize Knott landfill and close all the other small dump sites that the county had operated. And that was driven by a SWAC committee. We have a box full of cassette tapes in our archives in the basement from that. I have not listened to those, but that's kind of the synopsis.
Dr. Miller's voice is probably on some of those. So yeah, just big picture. So there was a unlined landfill site, not landfill. We modernized it, so we have very much up to spec lined landfill sections. Also, it was determined that you could go in a horseshoe pattern around kind of the peninsula. Remember, there's a rock ledge that was determined that if that rock ledge could be blasted, there's another level. So that's how we got the landfill capacity in the last 20 years or so on that site, which wasn't envisioned 25 years ago or whatever, some time frame. Solid Waste Advisory Committee was disbanded for many, many years. Now it was reconstituted 2018, just like you said. And we know that having a landfill in Deschutes County is very cost effective. So these are the high level statements from my point of view, being able to follow this for many years. Our tipping fee, it all boils down to the tipping fee, the dollars per ton cost putting into our own landfill. What's that current tipping fee?
$60.
$60. So 60. I remember going to a conference and somebody came up to me and said, "Oh, I heard you were talking landfill. Let me talk to you." And I mentioned that number. In fact, I think it was 55 at the time. And he said, 55? How'd you do that? Like everywhere else is 95, 100, 110. So we are very cost effective with our solid waste system. The vision would be to take that next step and be able to keep those costs under control for the next generation. So that's one of the big picture items. So I want to thank the Solid Waste Advisory Committee members that are involved now and in the past. So there's lots of good information that's going around here. I would ask, so my fellow commissioners have comments too, but I would ask that, remember, as a community, let's try to stay at the high level here. We're looking for one site somewhere in the county. We get into that, well, these are the reasons we can't do this, but let's remember there's reasons we could or should do this also. So just a balance on what we're trying to do here, and staying at the big picture. So that long-term, cost-effective, environmentally friendly opportunity for waste disposal. Options are to, take the waste and put it on a large truck and send them a couple hours away. We would have many trucks a day doing that, so it's good for the environment to have a closer location also. So I'm just reminding people, let's take a moment and sit back and say, okay, what is the big picture here? And that's what I see. And I've also said for many years, because we started in 2018, so 5 years ago we started talking about this, criteria was put in place. The criteria that was mentioned today, we did have our spreadsheet with criteria in front of the Board of Commissioners saying, okay, well, this seems to be a reasonable starting point. Obviously, it's going to evolve over time. So that, criteria is just the starting point, the high-level view of what we think we're going to do. And it was also mentioned that, FAA recommendation. It's a recommendation. It's not a hard requirement, but there is the circular that was provided with this memo too. So just trying to get people back to the high level a little bit. Any other thoughts?
I want to know, Chad, what year did we do the survey? Was that in 2019? I know it was before COVID.
The survey on siting a landfill in the county?
Yes.
I believe that was done in 2019 as the solid waste management plan was being finalized. The commissioners, we had done some informal surveys, and I think Z21 did a survey, and the board requested that we get a scientifically, statistically valid survey done. So the department retained a firm that specializes in surveys. So I'm pretty sure it was 2018.
That 19?
18 or 19.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I remember, I think it was 19. I think it was in this room. People came in, and people that I've been talking to lately are like, well, who filled that survey out? And I go, well, I know we had a really significant response. If we could get that information out for people, just because, a considerable amount of people said we should keep our waste here in Deschutes County. Now, when you cite it, that's a whole nother issue, and, we've really awakened the community to what we need to do for our siting, unless, we're going to put more trucks on Highway 97 and send it up to Arlington. And that clearly, in that vote was, it was 80 or 90% for keeping it here in Deschutes County. But I just would love to see that survey out again. And were there not that many choices for people in the survey? So if we could get that information, I would appreciate it, because people are asking me and I cannot quite remember the details. I just know it was significantly voted on by people in Deschutes County. Portland sends everything up the 84 to, Condom, Arlington, that area. And just think what we would do to 97, because it's already so highly impacted.
So we can extract those surveys. They're in the solid waste management plan, which is posted on the website. But granted,
Okay.
it's buried. We can
So you
definitely
think it's there?
extract that and put a link to the survey specifically on the project website for the facility siting.
So there is a Deschutes County Solid Waste Project website, which you can go back in time to this whole thing, and then, maybe a link more directly to that survey.
I think we should extract the survey and have that question has come up a few times, and I think it's going to be pretty straightforward to put that onto the project website.
I know, because they'll say, well, I didn't vote. And I go, well, I'm sorry you didn't vote, but it was significant. So just to let people know that we really were trying to reach out at that moment in time.
And I don't understand how surveys work. They survey a small number of people with a confidence interval that represents a community, and that was the exercise that we went through with, I think it was Triton Research was the
Yeah, well, we had
It was
yeah.
statistically significant.
Yeah.
It was a statistically significant sample of the population.
Yes.
So, it was enough people to,
And we had several informal surveys, but those weren't really statistically significant.
No, this survey was done properly, and so I think that's what is important, that it should be recognized that we weren't just, letting 500 people sign up, and, it was statistically sampled.
So, our charge today is specifically to talk about this FAA recommendations, and I definitely have a bunch of questions about that. But, since we're going out to the 90,000 foot level, I guess one of the things I would just like to share with the community is that we started this process, we had these criteria, it filtered down to about 13 sites, 12 or 13 sites, and we are trying to take a serious look at those sites. But what I would like people to know is that we're not limited to those 12 or 13 sites. One of the things in particular that I'm interested in doing is talking to members of our congressional delegation about getting a land conveyance or a land purchase from the Bureau of Land Management. Because one of our filters originally was, well, where can you find 500 acres of contiguous private land? And if we can put some BLM sites, some BLM, 100 acres here, 100 acres there, into the mix, then it'll open up the number of sites that we could look at. It'll basically expand our criteria, and more than those 12 or 13 sites would filter out. So, just so people know, we're not just fighting about those 12 or 13 sites and whose backyard it's going to go in. Within that, we still have some broader options, and hopefully by exploring some of those broader options, we can come up with some opportunities that might work for everybody. I personally was really excited about the Negus site because we had not heard from any neighbors that they had concerns about a new solid waste facility being sited there. And I think because there's already a transfer station there, but now that with this FAA recommendation, that site is potentially off the table. But we just need to keep our radar screen open. And keep working at finding the best site possible. But to get to these FAA recommendations, I do have a lot of questions, and one of my first questions is, do these requirements mean that we need to think about our existing facilities? Not landfill falls within 5 miles of the Bend Airport, if I'm not mistaken. And so, what does that mean? Because that's already existing and in operation, is that just grandfathered in, or could the airport be coming after us and asking us to shut not landfill down right now?
Yes to the first question. It's grandfathered in. There's some specific language in the advisories regarding that. And the second one, I suppose some legal challenge could come up somewhere down the line, but as far as the FAA advisory, pre-existing facilities, it's not applicable to.
Okay. And so we do have a transfer station at Negus.
Correct.
Is that our transfer stations not covered by this, by these recommendations or requirements?
If you look at the advisory, there's a whole, again, this advisory is not just for landfills, it's for wildlife attractants. So it addresses, I think there's even something on golf courses in here, agriculture activities, dredge spoil, containment areas, wetlands, water management facilities. Under waste disposal operations, transfer stations are addressed in there, but again, the Negus transfer station is grandfathered in. Even the improvements that we're doing now, it's all part of the existing permit that we have for the facility. And if anything, birds have not been much of an issue for us operationally at any of the transfer stations. If anything, enclosing Negus improves that situation quite a bit if there is an issue there.
But if even though a transfer station at Negus is grandfathered in, going to a landfill operation there, that would be viewed as a substantive change. That
it's completely different category. Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and well, one of my other questions was about this requirement was, 5 miles in some ways seems like a kind of like very hard and fast requirement, and it seems to me that the farther you get away, the higher tolerance for birds there might be, and it's not like suddenly at 5 miles away magically there's no birds, right? It's but it just seems to me that maybe they should feather this instead of having a within 5 miles nothing, outside of 5 miles all fair game kind of approach, because I do think that some of the sites we're considering are on the outer limits of 5 miles from existing airport sites. But I don't know if there's any kind of flexibility like that.
It is a hard line in statutes.
Okay.
They identify those distances specifically. Now, where that is measured from in some of the rules is end of runway. I'm trying to remember how it's worded in the Air 21 rules. Aircraft movement areas, so that would include taxiways, things like that. Some are at the property boundary. You could have a very large piece of property with an airport, and the measurement is taken from the property boundary, not the actual ground aircraft movement areas.
Okay.
But in the statutes, they're hard lines. 5,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 5 miles, 6 miles.
And this has been, in our staff report, this has been listed as a recommendation, but it doesn't sound like it's actually a recommendation. It sounds like it's it's a rule.
The position of the Redmond Airport and the Bend Airport is that we should respect and honor that 5 mile line because of the concerns they do have.
Okay. Yeah, those are just a couple of my initial. I have a few more, but.
Well, and I mean, it's good to be able to discuss here today. As I say, being a sitting commissioner, knowing that we put the Solid Waste Advisory Committee together, there was a larger kind of survey of the county, and this is the day we said, okay, well, how about these 12 sites with the best information we have right now? And I've said it for years, the day we put a map on the table is the day it gets really exciting. It just got really exciting. So thank everybody for being involved with us. I support empowering our Solid Waste Advisory Committee, so this is kind of our decision space today, to take this recommendation. So a recommendation by the Board of Commissioners empowering the Solid Waste Advisory Committee to make the best choices possible. So as I say, I don't want to make the choice here today, because then all of a sudden, every time somebody gets really, really upset, they're going to come to us and ask us to do this and do that. So I'm trying to empower our Solid Waste Advisory Committee, the citizens group, to do this. So that's why I would hold on to a recommendation today. And anybody can communicate with me directly or come to our board meeting at any time. There's no reason not to communicate, but trying to empower that Solid Waste Advisory Committee. We have consultant group that's involved with this, really working on the details, the rules, regulations, environmental interests, and anything that comes to the table. We have professionals behind us on this also.
So we're told that actually we need to make a motion in order for that committee to meet?
Correct.
Okay, so I move that Solid Waste staff reconvene a special meeting of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee to review identified FAA advisory circular and provide recommendations to the board at your earliest convenience.
Second.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Finish your administrative.
So
Right.
yeah, I was just acknowledging this is time for discussion, so acknowledging that this is a recommendation with the known 5 mile radius that's being published. So as I say, we're half a step away from making a decision today, but I support that FAA circular. So for whatever that's worth. So do you want to add something to it?
I was just going to say, Commissioner Dare, we had polled the SWAC membership, and we're targeting to have a meeting on the 7th, February 7th.
February
We'll
7th.
return back to you as soon as we can after that.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
I guess the one other thing I wanted to ask about was, so the Bend Municipal Airport is busy. I mean, there's a lot of aircraft going in and out of there, but I mean, there's the nature of the aircraft is pretty different. I mean, you have large turbojets flying out of Redmond Airport, and the Bend Airport is still a lot of small aircraft. There's still a lot of propeller aircraft going out there, and the speeds are different. So this 5 mile rule, it doesn't account for that at all. That you know that some airports are qualitatively different than others in terms of the aircraft that are using it.
Yeah, not being an aviation specialist myself, in the 1990s when the EPA established their rules, they acknowledged that with a 5,000 and 10,000 foot clearance for propeller and turbocraft airports. Again, I'm not an aviation specialist. I don't know how a bird impact would affect a slow-moving plane. You're a long ways from the ground up there.
Yeah, no, I mean,
So-
nobody wants to run into a bird no matter what.
Sure,
But,
yeah.
just if you're going a lot slower and, maybe you're in a small, nimble, aircraft, it might be easier to avoid birds.
Both the two advisories with the 5 and 6 mile radius do not acknowledge the difference in aircraft. The 6 mile radius advisory that we do not fall under, it was a process through a federal act, and they tied it to specific grant funding, and again, the nature of aircraft. It did not differentiate a propeller passenger plane versus a turbojet passenger plane. So they've stepped away from that acknowledgement that was established in the 90s of a prop versus a jet aircraft. And there's probably some good reasons for that.
My friends, their small jet did actually suck up birds out of Minnesota one time, and they landed with one engine still working. So that was Minnesota. I don't know, do we hear about it here, from Bend at all?
No, I didn't ask that question of Tracy Williams, but when we did meet with the Redmond Airport, they do have periodic bird strikes there. I'll reflect on one anecdote here. I worked for the city of Palo Alto for 15 years with their landfill, and the airport was 1,000 feet from the landfill, and I could see planes flying through these vortexes of seagulls. And when the rules came in the 1990s, I went over to the airport because we had to do some documentation to continue to operate the landfill. I was dumbstruck that that airport had not a single bird strike recorded. And I've seen planes fly through flocks of seagulls out there. Back on the topic here, the Redmond Airport does have bird strikes periodically. They tell me they send the birds back. If they could find the bird, they send the bird back to the FAA in Washington, D.C. for analysis things. So it's a very real risk out there. I just want to reinforce something Commissioner Chang had said regarding the number of sites. This process certainly is in flux. There may be other sites in our effort that come up, and certainly your efforts with the BLM may open things up here. The land swap and purchase process with the BLM was explored by my predecessor and Tom Anderson when they were, after we completed the solid waste management plan. I wasn't in that meeting, but they walked out with the decision that BLM land was not going to be on the table, but they would be a good neighbor for us. And we did revisit that in the past year, and the sites that the BLM has identified for disposal, meaning they want to get rid of it, not make a landfill out of it, we're not in either the right location, we're too small, or the configuration was not amenable to a landfill operation. But if something else does open up, we definitely want to pursue that.
And in some of my initial discussions with the BLM, they don't really, they're trying to protect important sage-grouse habitat out in the far eastern county. So I think some of their concerns about resource values near some of the 12 sites that we've identified are very motivating for them to work with us on other sites.
Good.
Yeah.
So calling for the vote, Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. So another point, there's 3,055 square miles of Deschutes County, 3,055. We're looking for generally one of those for a site of a landfill. Big picture. This is going to go on for a while. I mean, we're not at a spot where we're winding this down. We're opening it up, and citizens got engaged a lot more right now. So we welcome the input, and let's work together on this. It can be very cost effective and good for the environment long term.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Chad.
Item number 6, special project grant status update. We're going to have 3 of these in a row. First is Friends of the Children. And everybody's welcome to stay and hear about these special grants updates. Now they're all leaving, but I don't think it's specifically about you.
Take it personally. Take it personally.
Very specific interest.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Stephanie Robinson, Administrative Services. During the FY23 Video Lottery Fund Review, the Board awarded 3 special project grants to local organizations. Today, we have all 3 of our special project grant recipients here to give the Board an update, a mid-year status update. And to start, we'll hear from Friends of the Children. I'll turn it over to Rachel Cardwell, Executive Director, to give a mid-year update on the organization's projects and priorities.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning to all of you and Happy New Year. I want to share 4 exciting updates on behalf of our program. Specifically, I want to recognize the additional support beyond the special project contract that this commission awarded us in the form of ARPA funding. Let's start there. That ARPA funding was dedicated to our expansion into South County, a very intentional step of our program to hire 2 friends to serve a total of 16 youth, specifically from South Deschutes County. We have begun in earnest our selection process within the 3 elementary schools that operate in South County, formalizing partnerships with Lapine Elementary, Roslyn Elementary, and 3 Rivers School. I'm excited to say that process is going quite well. We absolutely need more referrals for our program services from those partners and from other community agencies, and our relationship development process is going swimmingly. Thank you for that investment. It also spurred and inspired other investments. So I'm pleased to report today that in addition to our ARPA award, we've received confirmation from the Ford Family Foundation, a $250,000 request over the next 3 years specific to South County expansion. We're thrilled for that investment. It brings us a long way toward program sustainability in South Deschutes County and gives us legs to stand on as we seek to build relationships within those communities. So thank you for being a part of that presentation for us, and a show of confidence to that funder that we're here for the long haul for these kids.
Exciting news.
Very exciting news, absolutely. The second piece I want to update is our big step that we've taken into the realm of education. As you know, our program model spends time within a school setting with each of the children that we serve. The 4 hours a week that our professional mentors spend with each of their youth, 2 of those hours are in the classroom working on literacy and math, building positive peer relationships. We are in a sense doubling down on that investment of time and hiring a full-time educational program manager to not just conduct assessments for where our youth sit today in the world of literacy and math achievement, but to make sure that we are bringing every child we enroll in our program up to grade level standards within their first year in our program. The kids in Lapine and South County that will be enrolling this spring will be the first beneficiaries of a summer literacy camp aimed at bringing everyone up to grade level for their reading and math competencies by the time they start the school year this coming fall. It's an exciting component that nationally our program has had great success with. It's a position that I'm thrilled to be adding to our team and that we are currently hiring for today. So with your permission, I'll share that link through the proper channels. If you know of people, of educators, people with background in literacy supports and reading interventions, in particular ESL and special ed certifications, I would welcome your assistance getting the word out about this position. It will be a critical role for our program in the future. Additional supports and investments are coming into play for our program this year around mental health. As you know, coming out of the pandemic, youth mental health is at a critical juncture. We've seen that impact directly on the youth that we serve today, and most especially in our oldest youth who are about to embark into middle school. That adolescence time is hard enough, but they are struggling more than we've seen them struggle in years past. Thanks to partnerships with United Way of Central Oregon and the Central Oregon Health Council, we'll be investing particular dollars in mental health supports for our youth. That looks like a formalized partnership with a local mental health provider, granting access and removing barriers to mental health services for our kiddos. And that looks like individual services, that looks like group therapeutic services for our teens as we enter middle school. But it also looks like support for our friends and our team who work in trauma and are impacted by vicarious trauma on a daily basis. It will make us better practitioners in this space. It will make us better equipped to help our youth in this space. And so I'm proud that we're standing alongside our kiddos and normalizing the practice of mental health support.
So Rachel, how many teens do you have then in the program?
Our oldest kids today are in 5th grade.
Okay,
And
so they're like
they're
10.
11.
Okay.
Yep, 11 to 12. And so as they enter, we know as they enter middle school, those pressures and experiences, in particular for kids who have experienced trauma along the continuum of youth development, they will, in a sense, re-experience or reprocess their trauma throughout adolescence. They'll become aware of different pieces of that trauma and will need to process it again. And so bringing up our friends and their ability to support their kiddo through that awareness, and then connecting them directly to mental health practitioners, clinicians, when we realize that what the kiddo is going through is beyond our scope, making sure that we have a solid relationship in that sense will be critical to our kiddo's health. And then finally, we have been, for the last several months, we have been in a strategic planning sense as an organization. As you know, or may know, we were the recipients of a really substantial investment last summer from Mackenzie Scott, a $1.4 million award into our model that will spur growth throughout our region for the next 5 years. Our aim is to double the number of kids that we serve, up to a total of 128 within the next 5 years. Where that growth will happen without any doubt, the majority of that will happen in Deschutes County, but our no matter what commitment to our youth will see and follow them throughout the Central Oregon region. We want to make sure that we have stability and relationships throughout the region that will support that inevitable movement throughout our community.
So you're saying right now you serve 64?
With Lapine coming on, so in the middle of that selection process, and once we have enrolled those kids officially, we will be at 66.
66, okay. And I know you're in Redmond and Bend, and then Sisters has their own program.
They do. They do. It is not, I believe at one point it was affiliated with Friends of the Children, but it has not maintained that affiliation. It's a very similar program, though. And then we have kids today enrolled in our services in Prineville, Madras, Terrebonne, Culver. So we're traveling throughout the region anyway. That investment and our growth strategy will inform how we support those kiddos at that distance.
So including all of Central Oregon, then what number are you at right now?
Right now we have 50, growing to 66 this spring.
Okay, but that includes Prineville, Madras?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. Part of the 50 they live
Okay,
in.
they are
those
in that
communities.
number.
Mhm.
Okay, all right.
And I'm happy to answer any questions or just return the time to you. Thank you again for your investment in our program. It has meant the world.
And you are getting most definitely national recognition for the good that you do, and the fact that you are going to get those students up to grade level. That's what we need to be doing in this entire state, because our kids are so far behind. So I thank you for really making a difference. Hopefully it'll be contagious.
Thank you.
In a good way.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like let's get everybody back up to grade level.
Yeah.
How long of the summer school program are you projecting to have?
We'll run a literacy camp based in South County all 10 weeks of this summer. The question is how many days a week will we need to be operating for the 16 kids that will be enrolled down there. We also want to make those support services available to our kiddos in Bend and in Redmond as well, and likely at our ranch. So splitting the time of those camp days across 2 locations to make sure it's accessible and everyone has a touch point. But presumably every week of this summer vacation will be spent focused on literacy.
Great.
Thank you so much for supporting the mental health of these children, for ensuring their educational success. I wish that this kind of support was available to every kid in our community who needs it. And
if we can partner in that, please know that we're able and willing to join that conversation. We are beholden to a model, but we want to be part of the solution for every kid in our region to be caught up and to be supported.
And going from 50 to 66 to 128, is taking steps in that direction. So thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you for the update. Item number 7, Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project. So these are investments that are made by the Board of Commissioners from video lottery allocations throughout the year. And those discretionary funds for efforts that we support as a board. So thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Been a while.
Good to see you. Thank you so much for inviting us to update you on the Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project. Your investment in our forests and the health of our forests is so critical. I'm going to do a quick introduction. I'm going to turn it over to Jacob. And if we run out of time and you still have questions afterwards, we're happy to take them and communicate with you in written form if it turns out. I know we're a little short on time.
And Sally Russell for the record and Jacob.
Yeah, Sally Russell, pardon me. Thank you. And just recognizing last year we did an update to you with Ed Keith, who is the Deschutes County Forester. He has since moved on, and Kevin Moriarty now serves on the Deschutes Forest Collaborative. So continuation and close partnership with the county on many different levels. So ultimately, our goal here today is just to tell you about the work we've done in the past year specifically. There's a lot we're excited about. The direction that we're taking you, and we're going to talk a little bit about why your partnership and your funding is so deeply critical at this moment in time. And again, it's about our forests, which serve our community in so many different ways, and keeping them healthy and making sure we're doing the work in the forests that continue to keep our forests accessible, and again, such a valuable asset for our community. So just start out, thank you so much for your support. I'm going to turn this over to Jacob to take it away and give you some details here.
Yeah, thank you, Sally. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jacob Fritz. I'm the Program Coordinator for the Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project, and I'm going to run us through kind of the rest of this presentation here. So, like I said, I'm the Program Coordinator for the Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project, and I was raised here in Bend. I have a deep connection with our forest here in Central Oregon, as well as our Central Oregon community. So I feel very privileged to be able to work in this capacity for the betterment of the ecology of the region, as well as for the safety and resiliency of our community members. So on some broad strokes, as a reminder about the Deschutes Collaborative in general, the DCFP is a collaborative stakeholder group that monitors and advises the Forest Service on their active forest restoration across 2.5 million acres of forest land adjacent to Central Oregon communities. And the DCFP does this for a few different reasons, but primarily to increase community safety, as well as balance economic, environmental, and social benefits to active forest restoration throughout the Deschutes National Forest. And I think it's important to note that the Deschutes Collaborative is well positioned and uniquely positioned to engage in some of the most complicated and socially visible issues surrounding active forest restoration in order to ensure that the Forest Service is in alignment with the public and social values here in Deschutes County. So, like I said, the Deschutes Collaborative is well positioned to address these sorts of and convey community concern about the work that is going on in the Deschutes National Forest. And so I've pulled some numbers from the most recent Oregon Values and Belief Center's wildfire survey that was conducted in 2022. This is not a standalone study. There are numerous that have come before it, some more specific to Deschutes County, but this just goes to show the breadth of concern that Oregonians in general and Deschutes County residents have for the increasing risk of wildfire and the smoke, the effects of smoke, wildfire smoke on our community members. Well over 80% in a lot of these various categories that respondents answered questions about. And that is what the DCFP is well positioned to do, is address these sorts of concerns. So I wanted to highlight a few critical projects that are included in the approved 2023 work plan and give you a little bit of insight into what the Deschutes Collaborative is going to be working on here in this new year. So this is not an all-encompassing list, but it does provide some overview on some of the foundational projects. The first and foremost responds to concerns about risk of wildfire by reestablishing a prescribed fire subcommittee, which will work with state and federal partners on barriers to the implementation of prescribed fire, which is known to be one of the most effective tools to increasing forest wildfire resilience. Next, a long-term project that the DCFP will engage in is engagement with our industry leaders in order to address concerns about sustainability and longevity of the forest product industry here in Deschutes County and in Central Oregon, and to explore opportunities for further market development of forest products.
And question real quick. So
yes, sir.
Just let's have some fun with this. So I always figure the term beneficial combustion, we see the big wildfires just take out huge forest areas sometimes, and you got to imagine there's quite a bit of CO2 emissions happening and even the pile burns, Is there, and we're celebrating the chip boiler up at Mount Bachelor, that's a great opportunity. Any thoughts along those lines, or, any big picture things where, the next thing is, what could we be doing?
I would say that the letter in support of the Mount Bachelor Biomass Project from the DCFP was one of the critical pieces of them securing that most recent, actually not the most recent funding, but the federal funding that the first $1 million that they secured, $1.5 million that they secured from USDA. So that the collaborative has demonstrated support for the right kinds of biomass energy projects, the ones that use material that would otherwise be burned in the woods, that efficiently generate energy from combustion.
What's the next one?
And if I may, Commissioner, I think that that's what this project is designed to do, is to, it's going to be a series of presentations, field trips, and workshops led by industry leaders in order to explore those questions of what is next, because there has been some big time successes like the Bachelor Biofuel project. And now the question arises, like you asked, what is next? And so that's what the DCFP is going to be exploring here in 2023, and really letting industry leaders lead that conversation. They know what is best for industry. They know what industry needs. And the DCFP understands that industry is a critical component to active restoration and a critical partner in these collaborative discussions. So I think that is exactly what we're going to be exploring. And hopefully when we get to come back here next year for an update, we'll have a tangible project to show you.
Thank you.
I do want to be cognizant about, yes, sir.
I mention one other pretty interesting intersection of interests. Quicksilver Contracting holds one of the steering committee seats for the Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project, and the amazing small wood utilization facility that Quicksilver operates is on industrial land, some of which is leased from the county. So we have a real interest not only in the jobs that Quicksilver provides in South County, but in that anchor tenant in the industrial park in LaPine. And the Deschutes Collaborative has a real interest in the success of Quicksilver, because Quicksilver makes it possible to get acres treated that need to be treated in the Deschutes National Forest in an extremely cost-effective manner compared to just paying people to go out and thin the forest, chop small trees into little pieces, and then stand around and burn them in piles. So.
Oh, and I understand all that. As I say, it's that, small diameter chip utilization that, where's it going? So just let you know, I'm interested.
Yeah, as are we.
We'll keep you in the loop.
So moving on to dive a little bit deeper into some of these projects, I just wanted to highlight the work that the Prescribed Fire Subcommittee is anticipating performing for our communities, and that's primarily, it comes in two phases, not two phases, but in two capacities. One will be working with state and federal regulators to address barriers to implementation of prescribed fire on the landscape, which is widely identified as one of the most effective ways to increase forest resilience to severe wildfire. So the dry ponderosa pine dominant forests that we have here in Central Oregon are well adapted to fire, but a certain type of fire. This is low intensity ground fire that does not exhibit a high mortality rate of trees after the fact, and burns at a much lower temperature than the high severity wildfires that we've seen just eat up acres throughout Oregon and threaten both timberlands and communities. So to address regulatory barriers will allow increased pace and scale of treatments out on the forest, which will ultimately result in increased community resilience. And then the other aspect of the subcommittee's work is going to be working closely with the outreach subcommittee to ensure that robust public messaging and public education campaigns are carried out in tandem with some of our partners in the area, and ensuring that the most vulnerable populations have access to resources and information to prevent any harmful effects of prescribed fire smoke. So both of those are critical pieces to the subcommittee's work. So I did have some additional slides on prescribed fire, but for the interest of time, I'm going to keep going to address some of the other foundational projects that we're highlighting today. And we have talked a little bit about this, developing markets and supporting industry, but I just wanted to return to that and say that what this approach is going to look like is a series of presentation, field trips, and workshops led by industry leaders to address their concerns and their perspectives on the sustainability and longevity of industry. They're a critical component to active forest restoration. The work would not get done without boots on the ground, and the Deschutes Collaborative readily identifies the need to continue to support them in whatever ways they need. So this year-long workshop and presentation series is geared towards identifying and exploring opportunities for new markets, increasing jobs, and the economic viability of industry. And then lastly, one of the most important functions of the DCFP is developing public trust and acting as that that mouthpiece and that liaison with the community to ensure that the Forest Service is well aligned with the community that it serves and the public lands that it manages. And to that end, the DCFP has recently hired a new outreach coordinator who actually just started this month, who will be coming online to carry out these campaigns and outreach strategies in concert with other partners who specialize in active forest restoration and wildfire risk mitigation messaging throughout the county. So one thing that I really wanted to make sure that was updated is that the funding landscape for active forest restoration is changing here in Central Oregon. And Deschutes County Special Grant Fund dollars allows the DCFP to provide the match dollars necessary to bring in substantial state and federal resources to our county to support this work. So once again, I wanted to echo the thank yous that that Sally provided at the beginning and say thank you. The funding that you provide is invaluable and really allows the DCFP to continue to support the robust work that is needed here in the Deschutes National Forest. And how are Deschutes County funds specifically spent? Well, they're spent on a rotating basis, and they act as a cash buffer primarily to fund the facilitation, coordination, and outreach work that's needed continuously. So the DCFP operates primarily on reimbursable grants, which is all fine and good, but do tend to take a little bit of time to turn around. So in order for prompt reimbursement for contractors primarily, cash upfront grants really provide that buffer that allow for the continual uninterrupted work that the DCFP provides for the community and the support it provides for the U.S. Forest Service. So that is what we had for you today. I'm not sure if we have time for questions, but would happily field any or respond to any in writing if you had some.
So I really appreciate, Jacob, that you said you were born here. I was born in Eastern Oregon, where we have the Kinzu Mill in Heppner, and seeing what you're doing, but seeing those pieces of lumber that you're presenting here, I can understand why we need some prescribed burns, but it's really, we have a housing crisis. We have costs that are going absolutely over the top, even with, the little drop that's just happened. And actually having more lumber to build homes is really beneficial. So I know I paid $40 a board for a 2x10, I think about a year ago or so, and I know that lumber's gone down, but to see that we're actually helping lumber in our community too, such as with the Gilchrist Mill, is, I think, really critical. It's, it's part of the balancing act that we need to be aware of.
Patty, you make a good point. And one of the things that we talk about is actually providing material from Central Oregon to these local mills, because if there's nothing to go to the mills, then they won't continue to exist and we'll never have that capacity.
I know. Well, I just saw 2 logging trucks. Someone was moving logging trucks over to Sweet Home. They were driving 2 trucks a day, but I saw 2 parked the other day in Sisters, and I'm assuming they were going to go over on the other side of the mountain. And we really, thank you, Sally, we need to have that activity on this side of the mountain.
Absolutely.
You all might mention the arrival of Ed Coates on the steering committee as well.
Mm-hmm. Recently, we've added some additional, some new steering committee members. Sally mentioned Kevin Moriarty of Deschutes County, but we've also added, or Ed Coates, I should say, from the Gilchrist Mill has joined the steering committee and complements John Williams, who represents Quicksilver Contracting, who was referenced earlier, both of whom hold industry seats.
We have 19 members, stakeholders, so we decided not to tell you about all of them, but sort of, give you an idea.
But I'm glad to hear about those too.
So those are on our website, and we can bring those to you. I can't do it on top of head, but
from an industry perspective, it's also helpful to understand that, Lauren Kellogg, Professor Emeritus of Forest Engineering from OSU. From the OSU College of Forestry, he holds one of the other seats on the steering committee, and Lauren has probably taught half the loggers in the state of Oregon who are in operation right now about equipment and engineering and forest roads and stuff like that back in the day. And One of the other members of our steering committee is Chris Johnson, who you all may know from Shanda Asset Management, the large private industrial landholder in Deschutes and Klamath counties that manages something in the range of 240,000 acres of private industrial timberlands. So we are well advised by seasoned, wise industry leaders from our community.
So managing the forest like this, getting that open understory, having a possibility of low-intensity burns or prescribed burn, preparing for prescribed burns, that's probably good for deer and elk habitat, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It can be. It certainly can be.
I mean, essentially, fire used to return to these dry east side forests, primarily ponderosa, but also, right, on a regular basis, every 5 to 25 years. And so our ecosystems adapted to that. And so the forests that we're used to, where we bike, where we hunt, where we camp, where we go, right, those are the forests that were developed over thousands of years. What we do is remove the fuel to some degree and put fire on the land to allow it to regenerate itself. So that's true for the deer and the squirrels and the birds and the elk and that entire ecosystem. It also allows trees that are growing there to mature with a limited resource of water and air, and also allows the fire to stay down on the ground so we can actually, as humans, when there is a fire start, whether or not it's human caused or lightning caused or whatever the cause, that we have a better chance of actually catching that fire in its infancy because there isn't as much fuel available. So being able to stop those fires before they actually come into our community, it complements all the work that Firewise and all the community efforts are being made throughout our county for people to, remove fuels close to their house. But we also need to work in the fire and create in the forests to create resiliency and a higher degree of manageability and safety there as well. As again, where I started was in terms of water and even our recreation, based economy. Having our forests healthy is hugely important to our region. And so that's one of the overarching values that this collaborative allows to happen.
Just to grab onto deer and elk and prescribed fire, there is some tensions there in that bitter brush is really important forage for deer in the winter, in their winter range, but it's also really hazardous fuel. So in many parts of the Deschutes National Forest, we've been maintaining a higher amount of bitter brush than historic or natural, and that has been good for deer. That's probably part of the reason why our mule deer population hasn't crashed even more than we're witnessing. But there's a real tension with that with our prescribed fire goals, because if you want to be burning up bitter brush, a half a mile from Sisters or a half a mile from Bend or a half mile from Sun River, that's mule deer food. On the flip side, the more brush we eliminate and the more grass we get to grow, that is beneficial sometimes for elk. Elk are grazers, deer are browsers. So it's there's just a lot of with prescribed fire. There's a lot of things that balance.
What about kind of the whole valley between Sisters and Redmond? It's all juniper over there. Does that ever come up, or is that a future work plan item, or any thoughts on that?
So that is not part of the landscape that the Deschutes Collaborative helps to manage, because as far as I know, that's not federal land there. So the Deschutes Collaborative works in partnership with the U.S. Forest Service, primarily throughout the Deschutes National Forest. So it isn't a spot that we have our eye on, but partner organizations like the Oregon Department of Forestry, they're the folks that will be doing the work in there. So related, but not directly influenced by the DCFP.
Yeah, there's a lot of federal ownership in there. I'm not sure what all it is. Yeah,
a lot of BLM.
So
Crooked
then,
River National Grasslands is technically managed by the Forest Service, but it's led by the OCHCO.
It was just stated a generation ago that used to be grasslands, and it's all and not all of it, but there's a lot of juniper encroachment there. So that's another opportunity for browsers and grazers to have a food supply in the winter. A lot of large federal parcels there with overgrown juniper, getting to be mature 60 and 100 years later. So another idea. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Doing great work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again for your support.
And third item of the day, Water Collaborative. So this is our special grant status update. Thank you for joining us.
All right, our last group this morning is the Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative. Joining us is Deschutes River Conservancy Programs Manager Lisa Seals and COIC Community and Economic Development Director Scott Aycock.
Great, thank you, Stephanie. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for having us, and thank you so much for your committed contributions to the Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative and to just water management in the basin in general. We really appreciate your support. So we're here this morning to give you a little bit of an update about the collaborative and the work that we've been up to since we saw you last about a year ago. So as I think you're probably familiar, but just as a little reminder, the Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative was formed in 2020, just after the culmination of the Deschutes Basin Study Work Group, so BISWIG. We have 40 plus diverse members. I think we're up to 46 member groups right now, and we're all working together to try to balance water use between both human and ecological needs. So we talk about the three legs of the stool: agriculture, cities, and the environment. So I don't know how well you can see this map, but I just wanted to show you, right now we're working on what we call phase 1 of the Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative. And specifically, the focal area of phase 1 is the highlighted reaches of river on that map. So essentially, it's the upper Deschutes River all the way to Lake Billy Chinook, including some of the tributaries like Tumalo Creek. We are, for this particular phase, we're not focused on the Crooked River, but we do plan to focus on the Crooked River and its tributaries in future phases. So the vision of the Deschutes Basin Collaborative is a future watershed with healthy streams, thriving agriculture, and vibrant, connected communities that both rely upon and steward the water resources in the basin. So again, we're working with all three legs of the stool, trying to meet the objectives and the needs of all three groups. So the Deschutes River Conservancy was founded in 1996, and since that time, there's been a lot of great collaboration in the basin with the DRC, and our partners. We've restored nearly 300 cubic feet per second in key reaches across the basin. We've increased agricultural reliability, and we have managed to secure some water supply for municipalities. So before the DRC and its partners started working in the basin in the mid-90s, 98% of the flows in the Deschutes River were diverted for irrigation. White Shoes Creek was running dry 2 out of every 3 years, and the Crooked River was extensively diverted, leaving really only a trickle of water at Smith Rock. But again, through collaborative approaches and the work of the partnerships, we have restored quite a bit of water in the basin, which is phenomenal. White Shoes is now a free-flowing stream approaching state flow targets. The Crooked River we've increased minimum flows below North Unit's pumps from 10 CFS up to 60 CFS, and fish passage has been restored at Opal Springs. And the Middle Deschutes has seen a 4-fold increase in flows. So lots of good work. And of course, we've done this in partnership with cities and agricultural communities, and so we have actually maintained or improved reliability for agriculture and generated mitigation credits. And in doing this, we've also increased the community collaborative capacity, which has been, so lots of great work. But we still have a lot of work still to do. There's a list of issues here that still needs to be addressed, and kind of the one thing that the collaborative is heavily focused on right now is flows in the upper Deschutes, and specifically restoring those flows. This is a time-sensitive issue due to the listing of the Oregon spotted frog and the risks that poses to agriculturalists in the basin, particularly in the North Unit Irrigation District and north of Bend in the Madras area. And then, of course, we all know that there's an ongoing need for reliable groundwater mitigation for municipalities with growing communities. So this is just a little schematic that shows the issues that we're trying to tackle right now. On the left-hand side, you'll see sort of a schematic of what the river looks like in the winter time when flows are being held back at Wickiup to store water for irrigation uses in the summer. Basically, that upper portion of the Deschutes River gets dewatered in the winter, and then in the summertime, that water gets released and it gets diverted at Bend, which leaves not a lot of water in the middle Deschutes, which is what's happening on the right side of this photograph, or this schematic. So just as a little reminder, this is a breakdown of where all the water in the basin is currently going as far as water rights. So 86% of the water rights in the basin are going towards agriculture. 12% of them are for in-stream, and 2% for municipalities. And so just for your own, if you're into numbers, we have between 850,000, 850,000, yeah, up to 2.3 million acre feet entering the basin on any given year, and that gets dispersed. And we're looking at shortages annually of between 150 to 500,000 acre feet, depending on the year and depending on the water season. So most of those shortages are in the rivers and streams around the basin. So again, those sections of river that grow dry in certain times of the year. And then, of course, municipalities also have shortages for growing communities. And then agriculture, even though they do have the vast majority of the water rights, it's not distributed equitably across the basin. So there are certain groups that have far less water than others. And so really, we're working to try to rebalance the scales. So the basin study showed us that we have a lot of really great tools in the toolkit. We've got water markets and on-farm efficiency and piping of canals and all sorts of great things that we can use to meet these water needs and sort of rebalance the scales. But that's going to take the work of the collaborative and all of us working together to kind of try to figure out how we're going to employ the tools and in what order and what the implementation of that, the toolkit, what that looks like. So the Deschutes Basin Collaborative's priority actions are to continue to accelerate implementation. I know there is a lot of great work that is happening in the basin right now, and we, as a collaborative, want to continue to accelerate that. We're also currently very focused on developing a comprehensive water management plan. So again, trying to figure out how we take all those tools that came out of the basin study and how we put them together in a way that everybody can get on board with, and in the process leverage additional funding to make those projects happen, and then support policies that also might be needed to make that future come to fruition. So, and then as I mentioned, moving forward, we aim to move into other areas of the basin. The lower basin definitely needs some attention, and the Crooked River, which are not being focused on in this first phase of the plan build. So with that, I'm going to turn it on to Scott. You don't have any more? No, sorry. To talk about kind of where we are in this plan development process.
So just as for context, the reason I'm talking now is Lisa and DRC are the technical expert providers for the DBWC. They know the most about, with Bureau of Reclamation and many other partners, built the basin study. They know the most about the tools, along, of course, with the irrigation districts themselves. And CYC is at the table to help provide neutral facilitation collaborative process support. So that's why I'm here. This is a simple schematic just kind of showing where we're at in building this plan. It's been a long, arduous process even to get to here, develop a work plan, to get the group to adopt the scope of the plan, which is to say what's in it, what's not really appropriate to put in this plan. And we're right now at the crux point of content and strategy development. And this is all following the state's place-based planning guidelines. And in that guideline, if you will, section 4 or chapter 4 is where you agree on the strategies. What are we going to do to meet those triple bottom line needs for water? So we are imminently building that section of the plan. And in fact, on Friday, we're going to be sort of demoing and going through a process with our large working group, 40-plus organizations, on how we are going to process through the different kinds of issues in order to arrive at strategies that hopefully have as much consensus as possible to move forward. So the first couple chapters are just kind of describe the collaborative process, and the area, the basin itself. Then chapter 3, which still we're working on one piece of that, but what are those existing and future needs for water that Lisa mentioned earlier? And like I said, chapter 4 is the solutions. So I can't really read that from here, but those are buckets of different kinds of strategies that we're going to be looking at. So there's a whole bunch of different tools that are have potential to help us meet those needs. And some tools have their backers that really like them, and maybe some detractors who don't as much. But we anticipate that there will be work among all these buckets of tools. And as you look at it, again, I can really not read that one, but there are sub-strategies to each strategy. So this is not a simple process. This is not a just kind of obvious slate of activities that everyone already intuitively understands. But the big buckets, different kinds of conservation efforts, folks do have a pretty good grasp of. It's just kind of a lot of the details and some of the questions and concerns around implementation. Do we need to maybe look at some policy or regulatory change? There's no consensus necessarily on that either. So we have our work cut out for us over the next few months. What is the standard thing? Whiskey's for drinking, water's for fighting. Well, hopefully, like, water is for negotiated conflict resolution and coming to consensus, because we do think there are lots of opportunities for consensus, but there remain some pretty heated disagreements. Here's a list of all the members currently that have signed on to the charter and therefore have a vote in agreeing with the plan, or I should say, resolving issues around the plan and finalizing and adopting the plan. We do have a provision that would allow the plan or any decision for the DBWC to move forward without 100% full consensus, but it's basically like consensus minus 1 or 2. And there's a pretty arduous process we have to go through if anybody raises what we call a red card saying, I don't agree with this, to try to resolve it to the best we can. So it's a big group, a lot of folks, a lot of complexity. In terms of how the county can continue to be involved, well, Commissioner Chang here is one of our tri-chairs and provides a lot of leadership along with Bobby Bruno with Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs, and used to be their natural resource director. Now here's their secretary treasurer, the kind of the Nick position at the tribes, if you will. And then also Steve Johnson with Arnold Irrigation District is our other tri-chair. So continuing to provide leadership at that table is really significant. The community partner funding support is a wonderful tool for us. It provides opportunities to leverage state and other kinds of grant as well. In addition to just being valuable in and of itself, that local money is so useful to leveraging additional money. And to continue your investments in helping farmers increase efficiencies, for example, the on-farm program with the ARPA funds that you invested in. And I think that's it, Lisa.
Yeah, well, and I'll be back to tell you more about that program, I think in a few months.
Any questions or?
And you did hear that our legislative bill with our new lobbyist is regarding junipers.
Yeah.
And what they do to, Deschutes County. And, what the, Crook County has really taken an active stand against them. So I'm hoping that that's going to help make a difference for the whole picture.
We are tracking that one closely. CYC would actually most likely be an implementing partner in that program to help get the funds on the ground to remove juniper and help with, create water, essentially. That's a little less relevant to the upper part of the basin because there's not a lot of juniper up in Lapine, for instance.
Right.
But really significant for things like the grassland conversation you guys were having just a little while ago, and potentially springs and whatnot in those other parts of the basin. So we're really pleased. That's a long time coming, I think, that work.
And we're talking about getting things, if it helps the whole community and we actually get more water to North Unit at some point in time.
Yeah, and the Juniper project also would help a biomass facility in Prineville, potentially.
Right, and then there's actually people that have pelletizing possibilities where they can pelletize and bag them within a ton within an hour. Mayor Richter in Lapine has something that he's working on. I'm like, oh my gosh, we need that now. Yes, I believe a ton of pellets currently sells for like $225 to $300, and what a different. We could really like circulate it back, help people stay warm in the winter.
It's a good triple bottom line win. It's a sustainability win, if you will. It helps everything.
I know about Bachelor doesn't want it because they already have enough things to burn.
Yeah.
But if we can pelletize it, I just think that is such a golden opportunity.
And I believe Bachelor can burn really low quality material from slash piles and whatnot versus like you need kind of a cleaner thing for those pellets. But that's an amazing technology they're putting in up there. Very exciting.
And I mean, it's more than a triple bottom line. I mean, I feel like on the Deschutes County side of Central Oregon that the primary benefit of juniper treatments is actually fuels reduction, community wildfire protection, because the groundwater is so deep here that the water, the groundwater benefit of removal of junipers is it's much lower in places where groundwater is very shallow or very deep. But we to our triple bottom line, we could add the community wildfire protection aspect, which is extremely important. One of the questions I wanted to pose to you two, and this came up amongst the three of us recently, was there's sort of two very long-term kind of analysis and planning efforts going on in the region. The basin study leading into these current efforts is one strand, and then there's the habitat conservation plan. It's the other strand. There are a lot of people who are asking, well, what is the difference? Why do we need a habitat conservation plan and this other more comprehensive planning effort? So could you comment on that a little bit?
Take this one?
Sure.
Well, yeah, I feel like the Habitat Conservation Plan lays a good foundation, but there are definitely a lot of stakeholder groups that really want to build upon the goals that are in the Habitat Conservation Plan. Additionally, at least from my perspective, sort of the Habitat Conservation Plan lays out the what, but it doesn't really lay out the how. Like, how exactly are we going to get to achieve the goals that have been laid out in that plan? So this is really where it takes all the different stakeholders coming together to try to come up with a plan of how are we going to use those tools to actually achieve those objectives. So that's kind of the way I look at it. How about you?
Yeah, and I mean, it's a hugely significant chunk of the work that's going to get done. But the HCP focuses on essentially one species and its needs, and it doesn't necessarily focus on, oh gosh, for instance, municipal needs for water or means to get there. So there's a whole lot of other needs that aren't addressed in it, and also even on the sort of ecological side of things, it's focused on spotted frog, and there are other needs in the basin in terms of water. So it is the biggest part of the game, if you will, in terms of what's happening and in terms of commitments and projects that are being implemented right now in order to meet the needs of the listed species. But it's much more narrow than the DBWC's efforts, which are much, more have a broader focus on both the in-stream needs, the agricultural needs, and the community needs for water.
So Juniper, just real quick, wouldn't that be a supply option or a watershed and habitat restoration item? Is it? I mean, do you ever talk about Juniper?
We do, but we tend to talk about it for when we move to other parts of the basin, like the Crooked River, from a water supply
That's my point. And, referring to Juniper as not affecting the deep water table, I think that's exactly, I would think of it as totally the opposite of what you had mentioned. Root system, trees, big flourish on the top is going to be a lot different than a grass, which will take in as much water as it can, and then the water is going to keep going down. So I would think of it as differently, as you said.
The groundwater that's several hundred feet below Redmond, that's all coming from the high Cascades. That's not, you could eliminate every single juniper in the Redmond area, and it's not going to change the depth to groundwater below Redmond. I would guess not even inches.
Well, I think of it as surface. I understand talking about, and I'm not an expert in this. So I'm just throwing out ideas.
But because there is no surface water in the Redmond area because the groundwater is so deep. Because the groundwater is so deep.
Well, I'm referring to
in the Crooked River Basin.
Flows into
the Crooked River Basin. You got surface creeks. You got a lot more surface creeks, and literally peeling the juniper back in the watersheds for those surface creeks can make the creek bigger. That is not the situation on this side of the basin.
Well, as I say, I was just looking for that opportunity, because the flip side is if that was more grasslands, then we could have grazers and browsers finding a food supply out there too, more than the junipers.
If we could convert some of those juniper woodlands back to sage steppe, shrubs and grasses, there'd be all sorts of habitat benefits, terrestrial habitat benefits. There'd be all sorts of community wildfire protection benefits. But the water impacts of that are, in this, in the areas of Deschutes County where we have juniper, they're just not that significant.
Fine, if those are the facts, I'm learning. What about a winter stock run for COID people? Is there any thoughts on that? Because I've had people call me and say, hey, we used to get stock runs once in a while during the off season, and now they're not doing it. And I don't know, do we have information on that here? I don't have any answer.
I would assume it's impacted by the drought,
Yeah.
obviously, and the needs for
river flows.
storing it in the reservoir.
They can just open up a river for a couple days and let the water flow.
Yeah.
I think it has everything to do with what the natural flow is at the river and the HCP and, so.
I don't see
Well,
that.
just so you know then, I mean, hopefully you're getting this input. People are asking. I've got 2 calls on that, 2 people that said, hey, why aren't we getting, and I said, let me connect you with COID. So I'm not answering that question, but I've gotten that call a few times.
Right. It is important. And I might bring up our neighbor to the south. In 2014, they actually approved funding for reservoirs to be built in California. And you all realize that they built 0 reservoirs since 2014, and that they just lost, I believe, 10 years worth of water went down the drain. So, the fact that we have Wickiup Reservoir, I realize that it's still way low, but thank goodness it was built, in 1949 or something, and it's there. And if that storm that's hit California ever makes it up here, our reservoir is ready for containing those waters. And I just, it's just really sad that what happened. But then again, they've got, the snowpack in Mammoth and Tahoe now is just unbelievable. It's mountains of snow. So, but yeah, they talked about it for, 8 years now? And they got nothing accomplished. And when it rains in Southern California, you need an umbrella. So I just wanted to bring that in. I do believe that the juniper will be incredibly impactful, because the elk herd that I see out by me is actually eating hay fields. That's where they're winterizing, and I don't see them through the juniper, because it's a lot better to eat the hayfield. It's a lot more delicious.
I've got one more too. Bend wastewater processed, high dollar investment, full EPA standards, and the possibility of putting it in during irrigation season to Jeffco's canal, North Unit Canal. Has that come up at the Water Collaborative?
It has.
Because we had DEQ in front of us, and they're like, we don't know how to make a decision. I mean, that was their answer. It was like, well, we've heard of it, but we don't know how to make a decision on that. It's like, well, it could be an interesting thing. So
They didn't say we don't know how to make a decision. They said that
that's what I got out of it.
There were regulations that, in everyone's opinion, including theirs, may not make sense, that are constraining the opportunities to move forward with that, with that sharing of water between the city of Bend and and North Unit Irrigation District. But
Which is
these guys-
exactly the conclusion of, we don't know how to make a decision. We don't agree with maybe some of the rules. We're not sure where to go with it, and they shrug their shoulders.
But it is potentially an initiative that the Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative is addressing. The city of Bend, Mike Bittner, he is working, he is trying to figure out how to facilitate that and get it done. I'm tracking it as well. I spoke with Representative Helm about it, and Representative Owens, and they encouraged me to make sure that the concerns that are the regulatory concerns that are coming up around that are addressed in the water reuse and water recycling bill that they're working on in the legislature this session. And if you all have more details on what the city and North Unit are doing to try and kind of shake that loose.
And I talked to Mike about it briefly, and he said basically what you're saying, and also just made a note that there are other potential uses for that water. Didn't want to commit to this one potential outcome, but certainly from the perspective of the work we're doing here, that would be quite helpful to North Unit if we can get through that regulatory barrier.
It is like 3% of their water supply, but it sure augment the flow when it's irrigation season.
Yeah. It's a few thousand acre feet of water. It's a lot. I mean, and in North Unit, they only need 2 acre feet per acre land. So a few thousand acre feet goes a long way.
Yeah, every drop counts. And that very complicated slide that we showed with all the boxes, I believe that it's one of the green boxes in there under one of the strategies. So it's definitely something that we're looking at.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for your support.
Thanks for coming in today.
So a couple more items before we're going to take a lunch break today. Next item is item 9, converting a limited duration health educator 2 position to regular duration.
Yeah. Good morning, Commissioners. Kara Cronin, Deschutes County Behavioral Health Program Manager for Intensive Adult Services. Good morning. I am here today requesting approval to convert a limited duration to a permanent position. This was really an oversight related to our Measure 110 grant that we received. We had this position. We thought we were going to get Measure 110. We did, but we failed to convert it at the time that you guys approved our Measure 110 funding. So I'm here to ask for this health educator to become permanent.
So this is a current position, it's just not permanent?
Correct.
And funds are anticipated to be ongoing?
They are.
And when we were looking at that Measure 110 funding coming in, we approved
You approved
a whole bunch of
this.
other positions.
Yeah. And approved
this one
funding
just
for
kind
this.
of was, we just missed this one.
Missed it.
So is this position filled at this time then?
It is.
So where would this person be located? I know that, space needs is the next thing.
Yeah. Mike Meyer, this is going to be part of our homeless outreach and harm reduction team. This is our overdose response coordinator. So this person is out getting naloxone out to people who need it through exchange events, and we're starting some outreach, like going out to homeless encampments and other areas to get naloxone to people who could benefit from it.
Great. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move approval of resolution number 2023-004, converting a limited duration public health educator 2 position to regular duration within the 2022-2023 Deschutes County budget.
Second it.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. Thanks.
I have one more.
Okay, next item, request board approval for document and agreement with Bethlehem Inn for emergency shelter access.
Yeah, this is also Measure 110 funding, part of our grant agreement with OHA for this money was to, we rent, I guess, shelter beds that we're going to be placing literally homeless individuals in. And we piloted this in other programs, so our strategy is we have these shelter beds. We fill them with people that we wrap services around while they're at the Bethlehem Inn. Bethlehem Inn is a high barrier shelter. They need to be clean and sober, follow, some fairly rigid rules. And so we help really wrap services around, meeting with people really frequently and coordinating with Bethlehem Inn staff to make sure those individuals are going to be successful in that placement.
Is there a balance between Bend and Redmond facilities for Bethlehem Inn?
Yeah, well, so we have, for this, we have 3 beds in Redmond and 3 in Bend. If there's more need in Redmond, I'm sure that we can shift them around. But yeah, really trying to utilize the Redmond Bethlehem Inn facility.
And it's reoccurring revenue for Bethlehem Inn?
Yeah, it stabilizes
on a
them
contract.
as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so this is, you're not changing the nature of Bethlehem Inn in that, there's still a high barrier shelter. The people who are coming in there are still meeting those criteria. But this is like a slightly different program for people staying at Bethlehem Inn than
we're like reserving beds for a population that we're really hand-holding in to their services. And lots of people are at Bethlehem Inn that don't have wraparound services. So we're really trying to, meeting people regularly there, getting them to appointments they need, other barrier removal.
Does this, is that, if people who are staying at Bethlehem Inn are receiving different levels of services, does that introduce any kind of weird dynamics,
Not that we've heard. Bethlehem Inn does a great job just with their staff providing case management services to all of their residents. But so we're saying for these beds, we're really going to provide all of those services. So it's potentially like a less of a burden on their resource, and our clients really need it. Right. They really need extra.
These are people who need a higher level of services to be successful, and the other people who don't need that high level of services are not going to be jealous.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Is there a motion?
I move board approval of document number 2023-087, an agreement with Bethlehem Inn for emergency shelter access and client stabilization services.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes, and the client stabilization, that's going to come from us, correct?
It's in the form of staff, right? We're providing some stabilization and some resources. We have Measure 110 money to provide for, someone needs a birth certificate or a deposit on a housing unit, those sorts of things. But it's really staff and staff time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes.
And I
Thank you so much for your time.
The more I've heard about this, the more excited I am that, we're taking it, we're bringing together the resources of behavioral health and Bethlehem Inn in new ways, and that's a really cool part.
They're a great organization.
Yeah.
Okay, item number 11, consideration of amending an agreement with OHA for tobacco prevention and cessation efforts.
Good morning, Jessica Jacks.
Thanks for standing by. Not too bad, 15 minutes behind.
Yeah. For the record, Jessica Jacks, I am the program manager in public health, the Deschutes County Health Services, and I am here to seek your approval to receive additional dollars specifically focused on tobacco prevention and cessation. These monies have resulted from ballot measure 108, which was passed in November 2020, which was a tax on inhalant delivery systems, or e-cigarettes and cigarettes themselves. Of that revenue, 10% went to OHA, and in July of 2022, OHA allocated resources to local public health authorities. So we knew it was coming, and we knew this dollar amount we would receive at $395,172. We were hopeful that the actual IGA would have come through sooner, but
In anticipation of that, we came to you in November of 2022 and got your approval, kind of gave you some heads up on that this was coming, got your approval to move to increase FTE in order to pivot, help us begin pivoting toward the utilization of these resources, knowing that there's a significant amount to be spent in a short amount of time. The three things that we are focused on doing, we have three primary objectives, and that is to increase and promote tobacco cessation support and services. This is inclusive of vaping as well. Secondly, we want to expand access to nicotine replacement therapy. And third, expand vaping cessation resources specifically across our Deschutes County schools. So those are our primary objectives. And most of the dollars are either encumbered right now or will be in contracts or advertising to get information out about where people can go to utilize and access cessation services. With that, I either turn it over to Dan or you ask me questions.
Can you repeat those three specific things
Sure.
that you're going to be?
Yeah. We want to increase and promote tobacco cessation supports and services. We want to expand access to nicotine replacement therapy. And third, expand vaping cessation across Deschutes County schools.
So it talks about 10% was provided to OHA, and OHA's allocated $10 million. Is this a huge super fund behind this? I mean, how, do you have a feel for how big? So I'm tracing back to the tax.
10% is $10 million?
Exactly.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe that's multiple years. I don't know what this, but I mean, it sounds like it must be huge if this is just 10% of it.
Right, so that 10% is 43 million. So what I can only speak to what kind of a narrow slice of that, and I know that we, being local public health authorities, should continue to receive dollars. However, it won't.
I was just
be in
tracing
that
back that this is huge fund of pool of funds. Yeah, on one hand, it's it's great we can offer these services. On the other hand, it's our sin tax that we do to ourselves, and man, that's a lot of money. So.
Well, and I mean, this is the 10% that went to OHA. We've gotten another portion of these tobacco tax revenues more directly. Is that correct? Or?
Not to my knowledge. This is actually, my understanding is that most of the dollars, that 10% that OHA had access to, went to community-based organizations, and it was with pressure of the Council of Local Health Officials that that local public health authorities were able to access the amount that we were allocated in July.
So where does the other 90% go?
It's a great question. I actually
Black hole of
government.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I can look into that. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Yeah, so it's just an observation. When you say 10%, I'm like, whoa, that's big. Thank you very much. It looks like there's two motions.
Yeah, I mean, I still might have a question or two. So,
Sure.
Jessica, you described kind of, you have this chunk of funding, it needs to be deployed in a very short period of time. You said something about staffing. How much of this is, so you described the kind of campaigns or programs that you're going to use these funds for, but like, what's the breakdown in terms of, how much you're going to use for staffing, how much you're going to use for other, for like,
Sure.
Media, things like that?
Yeah, the bulk of the resources, so we have about 312,000 going toward materials and services, so that will be contracts, some advertising, primarily contracts. or purchase of, we're trying to bolster our own, very own clinical services so that we can make sure nicotine replacement therapy is accessed by our Deschutes County clients. Only 46 or so roughly 47,000 will be personnel, and so most of it is going out. Is that answer your question?
This reminds me of, when we were the other day when we were meeting with the Cannabis Advisory Panel, and you said, well, we got this, this money that was, sort of arrived very quickly, needed to be spent in a short period of time, and that was also used. A lot of that was used for materials and services as opposed to for staffing.
Yeah.
And it sounded like you did great things with those funds, and and these seem like very appropriate uses for the $395K as well. But I'm just trying to mentally, I'm just trying to keep track of when money arrives fairly short notice, what we can do, what we can and can't do without hiring staff, right? Like there's good campaigns that you can run without hiring staff, more staff, but at a certain point where if you really want to ramp up your game in prevention in certain areas, then it might take long-term employees as well.
Right. Prevention is a very methodical, strategic field. And so for us to truly be preventative, we need to have staff. So when we're grateful for these one-time sums, but we can do better if we know we can plan for it and have staff assigned, because they are pretty large projects and do require staffing and thought process too. You don't just give nicotine replacement therapy out. You want to make sure there's an evidence-based program behind it, and to help set people up for success. So we want to make sure all of those pieces are in place. So I appreciate that comment.
Is there a motion?
There's actually, I was just working on the numbers.
Yeah.
If you take our population over the 4.2 million of the state, it's 4.95%, and yet we're getting funded 3.95%. So, yes, there's still missing money that we should be getting if it's on a population basis allocation. Yeah, it's like where's the money going? Is that their? Yeah, are they keeping a portion of that $10 million too? Is the state? That's always the question. How much is OHA keeping on things that probably should be coming through to people that are responsible for programs? Yeah, I know. Just what we wanted to know.
Analysis. Yep.
Yeah, I know. I was like going, really? Yeah, this is even short. So, okay. Good idea. We know that we have a problem here, don't we, Jessica, with the kids and what we need to do. So, and this was passed in what, 2020?
Correct.
And now we're getting funding out? Yeah.
It sounds like they did. Sounds like they spent a lot of time putting a lot of dollars in the hands of community-based organizations too. So that's nothing to scoff at. But if we're ready for motions,
Go ahead.
Move approval of chair signature of document number 2023-079, amending an agreement with the Oregon Health Authority for tobacco cessation efforts.
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And chair votes yes.
And move approval of resolution number 2023-006, increasing appropriations within Health Services Fund and the 2022-23 Deschutes County budget.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 12, Planning Division Work Plan Update. So since we last met on this subject, kind of digested where we were at, adding the mule deer winter range inventory update and in conduit hydroelectric code.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. Will Groves, your planning manager. This is a second part of a meeting that we had on January 11th to ask the board for prioritization and direction of discretionary items on the Deschutes County CDD planning work plan update for this year. At our previous meeting, as you mentioned, you had prioritized both the wildlife updates and in-conduit hydro updates. There are a few additional discretionary text amendments that were included on your memo in Table 3 that you had previously effectively greenlit for planning to work on. We don't have resources right now to take all of them on at once, although some of these are relatively minor projects, and so we wanted to give you an opportunity to see at this point in the year if any of them seem to be relative priorities for any of you as we kicked some of these off as what we typically have is we typically have planners working on a major project such as wildlife or in conduit hydro, and they typically also have a secondary project, and you've seen this like ham radio amendments that tend to have relatively little controversy associated with them, not a lot of difficult choices to make, just generally they go beyond housekeeping in that there are some discretionary matters being chosen. Choices are made between one option and another that involves a process, but these ones tend to be relatively simple. And so with that, if you've got any questions, I can tell you about some of these amendments. If you don't have any direction on this, we can kick them off in kind of the order we see fit with the resources that we have, but we're definitely interested to see if you have any favorites in here.
Well, I have a favorite, but it's still in table number 3, the Bend Airport. It says minor to moderate, and we actually had citizen input this morning on that airport, and I have received emails from people in that community, and I do believe it says minor to moderate, so I could hope somewhere we could move the Bend Airport up to, well, I know you guys are short 14 people, I believe. I know it's not but I do think that's something important, that third busiest airport in the state. I don't believe we should be waiting.
Could you put that in context for us? Because it's a City of Bend, a master planning effort, and code package. So yeah, is it time for that, I guess, is kind of the big picture question.
Yeah, and this
and also, I mean, could you need to rewind even a little bit more? Could we talk a little bit about what this master plan amendment does and doesn't do? Because the public comment we got this morning was, a lot of it was about, federal processes and how federal processes were not, taking adequate care of water quality, air quality, noise, and other things. And I don't know whether, a local master plan will address those kinds of concerns or not.
Yeah, these are great questions. Just for a little bit of context, the things that we're looking for guidance on here in Table 3 are the zoning amendments, but I can tell you a little bit about this Bend Airport Master Plan Amendment. So we've been talking with the city for years about updates to the Bend Master Plan, and we continue to meet with them on a regular basis. To the extent the city wants to come forward with changes to our code, proposed changes to our code and regulations to implement their master planning goals, they would come in with that as an applicant-initiated
And this is
process.
just for the Bend Airport.
Just for the
When you
Bend
say
Airport.
Bend Master Plan, it's not the city, it's just the airport. Yep.
Yeah, just specific to the airport. And so they would come to us with a proposal that said, we think we'd like you to change your rules in some way, here's how. And that would initiate a legislative effort that would have, go through the planning commission, come to you, you would receive updates.
As
At this
an
point,
applicant?
yes, as an applicant.
So that's an outside entity coming to Deschutes County saying, I'd like this to be done, and here's a check for it?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so I'm just acknowledging the process there, yep.
And so they don't have an application before us at this time. We've had some preliminary meetings. They're definitely exploring options and timings. This has been a project long in the making. And at least at this point, there's no indication that they're, about to show up any day now with said check and application. I think they're still looking at their options.
Well, what about the fact that the tower just received funding? how, will that change the circumstances, what the city's going to be doing?
In our discussions with the city, one of the things that they are considering is coming forward with application as needed to permit construction of that tower separate of a master plan update. But they're working through their application process and trying to determine how to best proceed with that.
So basically, we can think of it as it's something on the horizon, but it's an external entity referring to the city of Bend that would initiate it.
Yeah, definitely. We wanted to keep this sort of out in front of you in this Table 3 area because, you know, to the extent that they show up with a check, that would generally be a priority project. And there has been a lot of interest in this, and depending on the scope of the project that they show up with, you know, although it's shown as minor to moderate, you know, it definitely could garner significant community interest.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any kind of sense of what they're hoping to accomplish? Like what change, you know, what change of the code, what change in their master plan, actually what the outcome would be on the ground or in the air? Like what would the...
There have been discussions over the years. I want to be careful not to get ahead of, you know, what were informal discussions and them exploring options. But generally, they're looking, you know, out into a multi-decade horizon in terms of what development might look at the airport. You know, one thing right now is that the airport is broken into a variety of zones with different uses that are allowed, and there's been considerations of returning it to a single zone. Certainly, increases of development in the airport would have transportation impacts in the area. Over the years, there have been discussions about lengthening the runway and what that might do to transportation resources in the area and adjacent properties. So also some considerations of the types of uses that might be used at an airport in the future. So generally those types of uses, but all of these things were definitely in the preliminary stage.
So if we heard public comment this morning expressing concern about noise and air and water quality impacts, that person may very well not be interested in seeing a master plan move forward that is basically trying to facilitate expansion of the airport in various ways.
Yeah, certainly. There's, you know, of course, everybody who I think there are a few people who live near an airport who are looking for more development in association with that airport, you know, especially given that, you know, it tends to come with increased noise. So our previous engagements with, you know, airport questions have garnered a lot of citizen interest, and to the extent the city of Bend comes forward with an application, I would expect, again, we would see significant citizen interest. It's always an interesting field for the board because some of this is constrained by the FAA and some of it's mandated, others of it, you know, are matters of local jurisdiction. So, you know, as that comes forward, we'll certainly help you understand the field in which you have opportunity to act.
So, Will, you're saying for people that live in the vicinity of the airport today, in 2023, that they should really be contacting the federal government over their concerns with what's happening?
It depends on their concerns. So if they've got concerns with lawful operation of the airport, you know, certainly they can, you know, they can contact us and we can put them in contact with federal or state resources associated with that. I'm not your aviation expert here. My general understanding is that, you know, that the regulations affect what's happening on the ground, and, you know, and somewhat of the operations. But as soon as, you know, an aircraft is in the air, that those are generally that's all FAA concerns at that point. But that's something we could coordinate a multi-agency response to the extent people have concerns with existing operations. If future operations are proposed that require changes to our regulatory code, of course, there'll be public processes.
Okay.
So back to the proposed work items, I kind of start from the bottom up or the back forwards here. So temporary use of recreational vehicles as dwellings, and then also conventional housing and combining zone. One's minor, one's moderate. Just knowing that, you know, any kind of discussion along those lines is going to be valuable for the community. When we look at the recreational vehicles as a temporary residence on an individual lot, you know, we get the calls and it gets a real sticky situation when, you know, people are setting up and, you know, there's long-term intentions and short-term approvals. So.
Can I Could I back up just a step and ask the question? So we have, we decided we wanted to move ahead with the wildlife inventory update. We decided we wanted to move ahead with in-conduit hydro. Just the other day, we chose the more expansive version of the outdoor lighting ordinance kind of process. How much capacity is there left at this point?
Well, that's a great question. I think the thing with long-range projects is they tend to have kind of an ebb and flow to them. And so there'll be times where you'll be seeing some of my staff with some regularity. You'll see them multiple weeks in a row. They'll be in front of the Planning Commission. They'll be working long hours to try to meet deadlines. And at other times, they'll be in a 35-day notice period where a particular project doesn't have action items that necessarily need to be moving in association with it. So what I think of these is kind of the B team projects, so that while, when there's spaces in between projects, when primary projects are in their ebb stage, that we have something to move forward on. And so the perfect example of this was the ham radio text amendments. This was something that was done by Nicole Mardell, who's making a significant portion of the effort to move our comprehensive plan forward. And so we think of her as, nearly 100% task, but there'll be weeks where she's got her materials prepared for the next agenda item, and there's nothing else specifically to the comp plan she needs to do. And so we try to move these minor items that are also been identified as board priorities.
One other thing I wanted to say was that I asked, so Steve Shropshire was the person who came on behalf of the Deschutes Basin Board of Control to ask for the in-conduit hydro update. And, afterwards I just pinged him and I said, hey, Steve, it would really help to understand the urgency of this if you could provide a sense of timeline for when we're going, when various irrigation districts think that they're going to be moving forward with in-conduit hydro projects. Because, if there's not going to be one for 2 years, then we want to get this done, but we don't necessarily need to get it done yesterday either. So he may actually have emailed me back while we were here, and I can be looking at that while we continue this discussion. But I just wanted to share that I think that's a very important project, but I also don't want to tie ourselves in knots. If it's not. There's things that are important but not urgent at the moment, and we want to make sure that we're matching resources as appropriate.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate any feedback. So typically what you'd see as we initiate that project based on your guidance would be that we would put together an approach to the project. And for this type of project, usually we would start with stakeholder groups, get people who are interested in this project, both in developing them and people who are interested in the regulatory system, and see where there's agreement, where there's disagreement, what the project might look like. We typically come back to you and give you some sort of update on how that was going, give you an update on the result of those outreaches, and then see at that point to say, hey, it appears there's some consensus about a regulatory agenda, or parties disagree in important ways. Do you want to see us move forward with a legislative package to the Planning Commission?
And Steve Shropshire said, as far as he can tell, there are no concrete plans to seek approval for a new in-conduit hydro project in the next year or two. So, important for us to get it, to move it along, but it may not be crisis urgency.
Well, I have a question. I noticed that 4079, that House bill in Bend, is listed under Table 1, but what about the 40 acres that we gave to Redmond? And I believe they just they've changed the name, it's got a new name, and they had a deadline of, I believe, a week ago Friday, with submissions from the community on doing that project. It's 485 units. Will we be involved in that at all?
That, and I want to make...
Is there any way we can facilitate that actually happening in the next 5 years?
My understanding, and I'm going to let Peter jump in if I've gotten any of it scrambled, is that that's wholly in the city of Redmond.
Right, it is, and we've done everything we need to do, right?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. Will is correct. My understanding is that property is inside the urban growth boundary. It's not yet annexed. Commissioner Dare, they have initiated that request for proposal. So what you really have, you had two approaches. City of Bend, worked with a developer. Today's paper, it acknowledges the momentum that Hayden Homes is experiencing, but before they addressed the urban growth boundary amendment, they wanted to make sure that they had a developer who could implement the provisions of that bill, which require a certain ratio or proportion for dedicated affordable housing. So they have just recently amended their urban growth boundary, and Kyle Collins was our case planner, and now they're working on annexation. The city of Redmond, in a companion bill, took a different approach. They said, we're going to amend the urban growth boundary first. It's going to be in a holding zone, and then we'll start coordinating with a developer. So two different approaches, as noted in today's paper. We're on year 7 as it pertains to House Bill 4079. A lot of issues that involve affordable housing beyond just land supply, about utilities and infrastructure, and obviously a meaningful pro forma for a developer. So short-winded, there's not much more the board can do to expedite that annexation process, but today's article certainly seemed like there's momentum with the Planning Commission as they recommended approval to City Council.
In Redmond?
In Bend.
Oh, in Bend.
In Bend, the House Bill 4079 piece.
Okay, right. That's what it says. But it was our 40 acres that we gave to Redmond, so how are we going to, who's ahead in the game of life right now, in the game of construction? I know that Redmond, theirs happened a year after the fact. It was 40 acres from the county. Who's going to get done first?
It seems to me that, Commissioner, that the city of Bend has tremendous momentum because you have a developer that has established a pro forma that shows that they can accomplish the intent of that bill with an affordable housing mix. Obviously, the devil's in the details with annexation and utilities and the timeline, but it certainly seems like the city of Bend will be closer to entitling that property. It has to get annexed, and then it has to go through a tentative plat process, that they're further along than the city of Redmond. Regarding the city of Redmond's process, I look to Nick Lilac, County Administrator, or Christie in terms of the board's relationship as I believe you're still the property owner, there's certain conditions and stipulations that have to occur for that property, I believe, to get transferred to ultimately a developer to execute a similar provision of affordable housing on Redmond's edge. But I don't know those nuances as well as maybe Christie or your county administrator.
Okay, I just, we're so short of housing, and, this is, 7 years? And this Redmond must be 6 years into it, so I just feel like, oh my gosh, what can we do to make sure this actually happens? And be as helpful as possible. So, I was talking to someone who did put a proposal in, so I'll have to see if they are the winner or not of the Redmond project, but I'm hoping something really positive will happen.
And certainly the board meets, I want to say, quarterly with your counterparts with the city of Redmond, so this would be a plug for, putting that as an agenda item for an update at your next coordination meeting with the city.
Great, thank you.
Keeping with the interest in, basically what can we do to address housing and housing insecurity in our community, I'd be interested in hearing a little bit more about those two projects that Commissioner Dumont mentioned. I get the recreational vehicles, but the conventional housing combining zone, could somebody unpack that for me a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. So years and years ago, there was an overlay zone created in the county that's a conventional housing combining zone. And it was a zone in which dwellings were limited to those of stick-built construction. And that's something that's obviously been of some concern to planning over the years, but recently there was a House bill that precludes that type of regulation. So this is, at this point, in any place where the stick-built home is allowed, you need to also, as a jurisdiction, allow modular or off-site built housing. So this is something where we're just catching up with state law to implement that requirement.
Okay. Well, that sounds like it'd be a useful thing to do.
Yeah, it's a little of heavier lift because we're removing a zone. It's a little of a heavier lift than a housekeeping effort because we would be eliminating a zone, which is the zone that implements the restriction.
Right.
Commissioner, I'll just offer, unless I'm missing something, this is something you would typically see in a homeowners agreement or CCNRs, covenants, codes, and restrictions. You generally wouldn't see this in a zoning ordinance, but clearly it was added in, I think it was 1979 is what it states here, and it does limit the type of housing that can be built in that zone. And so this is something it's been on the radar for at least the past decade, and it would open up these zones. And I'm sure that some residents are not going to like it because they just want one type of housing to be built. They're not going to want to see other options. But if we want to support housing, this is a path forward.
And that, in fact, if someone came forward today with a manufactured home in this zone and said, hey, your zone is precluded from operating by state law, I think we would come to legal counsel, but I believe we would say that, yes, in fact, our zone has been precluded by state law. So some of this is just getting it off the maps.
Someone was asking me the other day about 3D printed homes. Would that be affected by this as well? Since it's not a stick-built home, you couldn't do that in this combining zone currently.
That's an interesting question. That'd be one for how the building division regarded it. My understanding is that there's the important definition is whether the home was built on site, and I wonder if it was printed on site, if that's the same as being built on site.
I do not know enough about these construction processes to be able to say. But I would agree. I think that's in my opinion, that's an important one for us to get off the books.
So the legislative session item on there is, would you be looking for I think you're already we'll respond to things that happen in the legislative session. Do you need us to give any guidance on that?
No guidance there as well. Today really just looking for that zoning amendment section.
Yep, anything in there, okay.
In terms of the legislative amendments, certainly you're receiving regular updates from your lobbyist, as well as you'll receive feedback from us on anything that's moving through the legislature. To the extent that there are exciting opportunities that come out of that legislative session that you might want to prioritize, we'll be back talking to you. If there was something exciting that you all wanted to see us move forward on quickly, we could come back and say, hey, the legislature has allowed or precluded something. Do you want to see that move ahead of some of the other things you'd previously asked us to work on?
Oh, there is something that I did forward. I have an email from May 10th of 2022, and it's regarding, and I had another email on July, regarding when people appeal in Deschutes County, the people appealing are, the fight over a development, they only have to pay, $250 or $500, yet when the applicant with the land use application fee for a hearings officer, they have to pay that $5,500 fee on each application. So it seems that we need to look at that again. We need to keep this fair. I know we need a balance in our county, but when the burden is on the developer is going to say, hey, forget it, this isn't quite right. Apparently, Jefferson County and Crook County hadn't changed their fee schedule since this was last summer's email, but our schedule is definitely taking it from a different point of view. So, Peter, I think I've talked to you about this before.
And, certainly something that's of interest to us, there's different approaches to how you might pay for hearings. This is something as you come into the budget process that, it'd be very interesting to see you engage on. Previously, So hearings have to be paid for somehow, or have an independent hearings officer, and there's a number of ways that this are done. Many jurisdictions use the general fund as a notion that these resolutions of matters typically of interpretation are something that's the general good, and that, have value to other applicants in the future in resolving questions of law. The way that we used to do it was that all applications of a type were increased in fees by the average amount of those hearings that we saw in the past year. So if we saw 5 conditional use hearings and those things cost us an additional $5,000 to operate, there would be $25,000 of additional cost associated with those. And so we would increase the conditional use category by the number of applications. We would divide it per application. You might think of it as that each applicant was required to effectively buy hearings officer insurance. And then finally, the way that we're currently doing this, which is relatively unusual, is to require the applicant to bear the burden of that hearing cost. This decision was made, and certainly Nick has some history here. I'll tell you my recollection of it, and he can correct anything that I'm missing here. But my understanding is that when this choice was made, there was significant reluctance to see increases in fees to applicants, as we were doing kind of under the hearings officer insurance process, and that we were seeing a number of applicants who were making applications for destination resorts or other things that weren't of general interest to the benefit of the community. And there was a notion by the board at that time that those applicants could carry the weight of those applications. Over time, what we've seen is an increase litigiousness regarding applications, and many things that seem like they would otherwise be approvable will have interpretive questions raised by neighbors. So I think this is going to be something that you can definitely discuss in your budget update and our fee schedule. We'd definitely be able to operate under any of these approaches, but there's been advocacy for a long time for changing our current approach.
Thank you, Luell, for telling me when to bring this back.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I think to the extent that if the board has strong opinions about the way we're covering the cost of hearings officers, and I want to be clear that applications that go to hearings officers are matters of first impression. There's significant interpretive issues. And so that's the basis for going to a hearings officer, just to be clear. But if the board has strong opinions regarding the way we're handling them currently, I would like to know about it, earlier than when we're bringing a fee schedule, because there's analysis that has to go into this. As Will noted, if we want applications, if we want to spread the cost of hearings officers proceedings, and we get about 24 a year, then you're talking about, I think, some different methodologies of, applying them across all applications, because there are times when we get, contentious proceedings regarding lot of record or declaratory rulings, or I dare say landscape management combining zones. And so, those are not going to be insignificant application increases. And I'm not here to say that our current process is perfect, but as Will noted, there's a lot of history to it. As Commissioner Adair has noted, there are parties and attorneys that are frustrated by it because they believe they're bearing the cost of that. But nonetheless, the Community Development Department is a fee-supported department, and that's been in place for years. So anyway, not that we're looking for direction now, but as you think about these issues, or as you coordinate with the county administrator regularly, if this issue is percolating up, we are happy to run that analysis and give you a comparison. But I would like to have our management analyst have enough time to present that information so the board can make an informed decision.
So I wouldn't mind taking a moment, reviewing, and my thought is probably not here today, but do it individually with commissioners during one-on-ones and just say, okay, with a little bit of history, when is this triggered? What's the total cost? Where, what kind of applications are triggering first impression items? So let's maybe run that around one time in this next 30 days. because then we could set direction to it if we start to see it.
Thank you.
And we'll coordinate that. I mean, it's the Deschutes County's philosophy, just dating back for decades, has been growth pays for growth, which is what resulted in this policy. That's not the philosophy of all other organizations. Many, they choose to either share that burden across all applications, or the local government pays for it, subsidizes it, which is the fact. That's what the general fund payment is it supports that process. So yeah, we'll have that. We'll coordinate that one-on-one with the board over the next month, which is great. Your budgets will be due in March, and then the fee schedule generally by early May, so that would give enough time if there's a change to make that change to the fee schedule. Yeah.
So as I say, I kind of mentioned two of these items. I like every one of them, but yeah, I'm just trying to pull out some things like, oh, let's go do this right now.
The one other one I wanted to ask about is in Table 2, and I think since these are labeled as ongoing projects that they're already in motion, but just wanted to double check that. So this short-term rentals item, it says that there'll be a summary coming back to us sometime in early 2023. Is that is that in motion?
Yeah, this is an important topic, if I may, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. The short-term rental program, I would be advising the board to, and since it's come up organically, this will be my suggestion. Clackamas County currently is experiencing significant, and I need to emphasize that, significant litigation from Thousand Friends of Oregon as it pertains to short-term rentals on resource land, as well as there's a recent appeal to the applicability of short-term rentals on other areas where homes and guest houses are currently permitted. And I think it's going to be in the board's best interest and the county departmentally to hold off on having that conversation until we see the results of a forthcoming LUBA decision. And Clackamas County has been working on short-term rental program for years. I reached out recently to Jennifer Hughes on this topic, who's my counterpart. And there's so much uncertainty right now from a regulatory standpoint that I think hitting a respectful pause until the Land Use Board of Appeals renders a decision in, I dare say, in about 60 to 90 days. I think that will be extremely informative. And once that occurs, in coordination with the board, we could come back and articulate that case law. But I have a concern that it could be very precedent setting. And so to talk about options and approaches that are happening in California and other parts of the state, there's some real vulnerability that's happening right now. So that's my respectful response to this topic, which we are tracking. Kyle Collins is preparing a white paper on that, but this litigation just happened earlier this month, and I'm just mindful of the sensitivity and the vulnerability that this topic represents, starting with Clackamas County and potentially in other regions of the state.
I hear that. I mean, I am also, I'm tracking. This issue has not gotten the attention it needed earlier in places like Clatsop County, to the point that the voters are going after the county at the ballot box over this issue. So I really don't want to stand up in that kind of a situation. I do hear from a lot of people about concerns about short-term rentals. And, there's all sorts of aspects of this. I mean, like we could the little piece that interfaces with rural ADUs. We've got basic questions about whether everyone who's using their dwelling or non-dwelling as a short-term rental is actually paying the transient room tax. So I mean, there are a lot of there are neighbor concerns. There are a lot of dimensions to this. And I do appreciate your concern about, okay, so there's going to be some precedents about, short-term rentals on resource lands coming out of Clackamas County, but I just would say that we have a lot of, I have a lot of concerns beyond, whether we allow short-term rentals on resource lands or not, related to, short-term rentals in general. I mean, the effect they may be having on housing supplies, housing affordability. These are all things that I think we need to consider. So I appreciate your concern about waiting for all of the dust to settle over in Clackamas County, but I just want to ask that you keep in mind the urgency of this issue from many other perspectives in weighing when you get started.
And Commissioner, excellent points. Just to let you know that internally, CDD is coordinating with county administration, the finance department, and legal. We've already had a meeting. We had a meeting in December. We have a meeting scheduled a week from Friday to continue talking about these topics, the ones that you've just outlined. So I just want you to know that your leadership team is aware of those issues and trying to navigate this topic, which is with the Clackamas County decision, has just in the last several weeks, I would say in the last 6 months, and just elevated 2 weeks ago, the Clackamas County litigation, in my mind, creates incredible vulnerabilities on short-term rental programs. And as I mentioned earlier, I think we want to, before we have a thorough discussion with the board, we would be well advised to see what that what the petitioner's brief is from Thousand Friends of Oregon. It was a legislative amendment. They didn't raise concerns through their remand, the Clackamas County's remand process, and ultimately I think we're going to want to see what LUBA's decision is as it pertains to short-term rentals in areas where single-family homes are allowed outright. So there's some volatility there, but know that your department heads the relevant department heads are thoroughly engaged on this topic, and want to make sure that we're communicating appropriately with the board.
So one other item could be outdoor mass gathering update. And, what I see there is, we're kind of hyper-focused on housing and, homeless issues and these land use things. And it just may be a fun complement to all the work we're doing right now. And that's truly why it jumps out at me. Post-COVID and, the economy may be changing around. It may be a more relevant topic in the near future.
I think in particular what the legislative changes allow there is for that to be routed through a hearings officer. And so I know the board has spent significant time and effort engaging with outdoor mass gatherings as the primary body currently under the way we regulate it. And so that may reduce the board's lift associated with that to the extent that you do need to engage. You'd have something that had been vetted through a prior process that came to you cleaned up significantly and down to a limited number of issues rather than being the hearing body of first impression.
But isn't an outdoor mass gathering, the answer is yes. It's kind of back and forth how to get there. I mean, in the end, there's no real denial process. It's, okay, you need to have this, this, and this, and then we have to go back and forth to do it. So the answer is going to be yes in the end. I guess, so then what is a hearing? So then I feel bad if somebody's like, I want to have the world's greatest festival. Well, we need 90 days or more, and we're going to give you a couple $1,000 check bill up front because you need to analyze it more. I don't know that I'm supportive of that then.
I mean, is it a guaranteed yes? It seems like there's criteria and constraints that could result in some. We're talking about permits, right? For a permit for.
Well, yeah. So there could be an unsuccessful process, but the intention is to get to yes. I mean, it is from my experience. So.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there was a recent bill that gives counties the ability to treat it as a land use decision, but it's not required. And so it comes down to, we haven't seen an outdoor mass gathering application since COVID.
We had one.
Excuse me?
We have one. I actually was wondering what.
Four Peaks people.
Right.
The Four Peaks, correct, but when COVID happened, they withdrew their application. Since COVID, there hasn't been a formal, to my knowledge, there hasn't been a formal application. Four Peaks has an application that I believe they've submitted with us that's on hold, but there's not a.
So that one is on hold then?
That one is not, that one is still being vetted through their representatives. But we didn't have an outdoor mass gathering in 2022 or 2021, and to my knowledge, there's not one currently scheduled for 2023. But to Commissioner DeBone's remarks, outdoor mass gathering is regulated outside of the zoning code. So you meet certain targets, and starts with an application, ensuring you have the right traffic controls, and as one example. But as I mentioned, there are bills that could treat it like a land use. It's been complicated or controversial in certain counties as it's been brought forward. And then there could be some, also outside of that, there could be just some structural changes. I know in years past, in coordination with legal counsel, there were thoughts about how to offer some clarity as it's currently structured. But that's kind of the spectrum as it pertains to this topic.
So for example, one key provision is that now a hearings officer, county planning commission, or other person or body that the county designates may make findings and approve or deny an application for a permit under this section. That's one of the key provisions, is that right now the board is obligated to hear these. If you wanted to potentially take some of that off your plate, at least as the initial hearings body, that would then become an option through that process. And so as we brought forward, if you did indicate that there was a preference for that, we would come back and give you sort of a more detailed presentation on what the options were there, and if you had thoughts about how you'd like to see that explored.
Well, that would be a nice, concise little project then. Bring it back and really look at what the options are.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of doing it, we're just prepping to define it better.
Mm-hmm.
Could that conceivably be, this is not the way we use our planning commission for, complex land use applications, but could this conceivably be, be something that we handed to the planning commission to handle instead of a hearings officer?
Yeah, it's theoretically possible. You're correct that we've generally used the planning commission as a citizen involvement body. And so, there would be some training and to use them as a more official decision-making body. They have that role in some places in our code, but generally those types of applications haven't come up. So they have, most of what we've asked them to do is to review proposals that are on the way to the board and make recommendations in association with those. Certainly it's possible to give them, if you wanted to give them decision ability with this, with the possibility of appeal to the board.
As I say, those are some ideas. Do you have enough direction, or, is there any opposition to what's been discussed?
No, that's very helpful. So the repeal of the conventional housing combining zone and the temporary use of recreational vehicles, will definitely take those as priorities. We'll bring back to you as a priority, go a little more depth on this outdoor mass gathering option, and see if you have any general preferences or guidance as how or if we might engage with that. Otherwise, some of these, you'll see us move forward with these. If there's some of them, for example, the minor variance for the 10% lot rule for farm and forest, that's something that we could use with very little of some staff time. So we'll be sort of fitting the projects to the gaps that we have otherwise.
And I would say to the extent that these topics aren't initiated formally in the remainder of the fiscal year, you would likely see them in our draft 2024 work plan. Of course, we take feedback on that, and so the process is robust enough to allow these topics to carry forward, again, with citizen input, of course. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Now I know, I had Four Peaks, and I'm like, what happened with Four Peaks? And so now I know, it's still on hold.
I swear Eric was here just a few months ago. Kind of presenting a permit application for Four Peaks to us.
Oh, this is, I can give you a little bit of background on this. So the outdoor mass gathering state statutory provisions deal with gatherings that go beyond a certain time limit or have at least 3,000 people attending. And so currently we deal with events that are under those limits through our risk management program and those permits.
So they dialed it back from that level of total expected participation.
Okay. And so doing this work on outdoor mass gatherings, I mean, wouldn't affect that application anyway.
Not as currently conceived, but my understanding is that they would like to return to the above 3,000 person events at some point. Or we may have other applicants in the future that would be affected by it.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thanks, guys.
This time we'll take a recess for lunch and reconvene at 1 o'clock.
That is
Okay, thank you. We're back after a lunch break for our Board of Commissioners meeting. This is January 25th, 2023, item number 13, public hearing, a commercial activity in conjunction with a farm use. Nathaniel, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathaniel Miller, Associate Planner, Deschutes County Planning Division.
So, yeah, is there a script associated with this one?
Yes, there should have been a script sent to you last night, Commissioner.
Oh, yeah, I didn't print it out.
Okay.
This is the time and place for, you're going to have to help me.
Okay.
Okay, shouldn't I know that one?
I know, I could just about go with it.
It sounds good.
Well, I mean, I will start it. So this is the time and place for a public hearing on the matter, file number 2472224-CU, 22-25SP, 22757-A, and 22914-A. And I think Nathaniel's going to introduce us.
Yes. So staff will outline the hearings procedures that will be followed. Thank you, Chairman DeBone. For the record, my name is Nathaniel Miller, Associate Planner with the Planning Division. I'm going to excuse myself for just one moment. The hearings body, the Board of County Commissioners in this case, will take testimony and receive written evidence concerning an appeal from John Herman, the applicant, requesting approval of a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. All testimony shall be directed to the board. At the conclusion of this hearing, the board has a number of options toward a decision. Staff will detail those options in a moment. The hearing will proceed as follows. First, staff will will explain Zoom, including remote and in-person participation. Then, staff will provide a brief report regarding the application. Second, the applicant will then testify, present their testimony and evidence. Third, any other interested persons or agencies will then present testimony or evidence. Fourth, the applicant, as the party bearing the burden of proof, will then be afforded an opportunity to present rebuttal testimony. Finally, staff will be afforded an opportunity to make any closing comments. I will note here that the board has established time limits for testimony. There's a 30-minute time limit for the applicant and a 3-minute time limit for public testimony. This is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and remote participation. The hearing will function as follows. If you are attending in person and wish to testify, please fill out a sign-up sheet and submit it to the board secretary, Brenda, to the left of the dais. Chair DeBone will call up in-person participants for testimony. We have two types of remote participants, those attending through Zoom with a computer and those attending through Zoom with a telephone. Now I will cover some important tools to be aware of if you are participating over Zoom. If you are participating using a computer, the mute button and raise hand button are located at the bottom of your screen. If you are participating over phone, you will dial *6 to mute and unmute yourself and *9 to raise and lower your hand. For remote participants, when we are ready for remote testimony, you can raise your hand during the raise hand button over Zoom or by pressing *9 on your phone. Once we are ready to take testimony, you will be elevated from attendee status to panelist, and your audio will be automatically unmuted. Before beginning your testimony, please provide your first and last name and your mailing address. Once complete, you will return to attendee status, and your audio will be muted. The next person wishing to testify will be selected. The process will repeat itself until all those participating by computer, phone have testified. Should the county's internet connection be interrupted, we will attempt to get back online as soon as possible. If this happens, please give us a couple minutes to reactivate the public hearing before you attempt to link or call back in. If your own connection gets interrupted, please attempt to join back using the same link or phone number you used initially. It is our responsibility as staff and as the chair to conduct an orderly hearing. Any testimony or behavior which is inappropriate will be addressed and may result in that member of the public being removed from the hearing. In addition to oral testimony, if anyone has any written testimony to submit, please hand it to staff. If you are in person, please submit your written testimony to me after your testimony. If you are participating remotely, you can submit your written testimony via email. My email address is on the screen. At this time, I'm going to ask if there are any objections to the format of the hearing. If yes, please raise your hand if you are in person, or use the raise hand function if you are attending remotely.
Is there anybody in raised hand? Okay.
Okay. Commissioners, seeing none, I will move on.
Sorry.
Okay.
Matt Cohen.
Okay.
Matt is someone who would like to testify, I believe.
Okay, so he doesn't have an objection.
Well,
I
we
think
should ask him now.
He actually had a letter in the file, I believe. Maybe he was like the only one.
But this is, I mean, this is a procedural step here, confirming that people understand how we're going to proceed and agree with it or support it. Thank you very much for joining us, Matt. At this time, we're talking about the hearing format. Thank you very much. And yes, please provide your comments.
This is Matt Cohen. Are you asking me to provide my testimony at this time?
So this is, we're stepping into testimony, so this is talking about objections to the format. And next will be disclosing any conflicts of interest. And then after that, it will be testimony.
Yep, correct. I have no objections to the
Okay.
format.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
A full written version of the hearing procedures is available at the table at the side of the room. Chairman DeBone, I will now return to the script and note that the commissioners must disclose any ex parte contacts, prior hearing observations, biases, or conflicts of interest.
So does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of same and whether you can proceed.
I have nothing to disclose, and I can proceed.
I have nothing to disclose other than I drive by the address like almost every day.
And you can proceed.
I can proceed, yes.
So, and yeah, I drove by it a couple days ago, but that's the only thing. I have nothing to disclose and I can proceed. Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner based on ex parte contacts, biases, or conflicts? Is there any raised hand feature? Okay, so seeing none, we can proceed.
Thank you, Chairman DeBone. As noted earlier, the subject property is located at 68540 Highway 20, and it's just southeast of the city of Sisters. The parcel is approximately 84 acres and is within the exclusive farm use zone and also within the airport safety, landscape management, and surface mining impact area combining zones. The property is developed with a single-family dwelling and farm structures on the south side. The proposed meadery would be approximately 2 acres in area and be located on the southwest side of the property, close to Highway 20. The meadery would be centralized around the winery building, which is an existing 3,000 square foot farm structure and is sited closest to Highway 20. The proposed meadery would be comprised of 3 distinct aspects: meat production, winery operations, and winery-related events. Each of these aspects contain a number of associated activities. The Planning Division mailed notice of the conditional use application and site plan review to all property owners within 750 feet of the subject property on January 28, 2022. The applicant also complied with the posted notice requirements of Title 22. Staff has also mailed 2 notices of decision and 2 notices of public hearings in accordance with Deschutes County's procedures ordinance. During the course of the review, 2 public comments were received in the record. The first is from Central Oregon Land Watch, who contacted the Planning Division on January 28, 2022, with concerns that the proposal did not meet the applicable criteria. The second comes from a neighbor, Matt Cohen, who contacted the Planning Division on February 14, 2022, with concerns about how access points on Highway 20 can accommodate increased traffic volumes. On September 7th, 2022, the Deschutes County Planning Division administratively approved the conditional use permit and site plan request for the proposed meadery. An appeal was filed on September 19th, 2022 by Central Oregon Land Watch to that decision requesting a public hearing. The initial public hearing before the hearings officer was conducted on Wednesday, October 26, 2022. The hearings officer issued a decision on November 18th, 2022, which denied the proposal on the basis that the application materials did not demonstrate how the proposal would be incidental and subordinate to the farm use and did not sufficiently address the farm impacts test. On November 29th, 2022, the applicant filed an appeal to the hearings officer decision. In the notice of appeal, the applicant requested the board's review of those standards related to the meadery being incidental and subordinate to the farm use and the farm impacts test. In a consideration to hear meeting on December 21st, 2022, the board agreed to hear the appeal de novo in a public hearing. At the conclusion of the public hearing, the board has 4 options moving forward. Continue the hearing to a date and time certain, close the oral portion of the hearing and leave the written record open to a date and time certain, close the hearing and commence deliberations, or close the hearing and schedule deliberations for a date and time to be determined. If members of the public have any questions after the hearing has concluded, my contact information can be seen on the screen. Commissioners, staff is available for questions.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions at this time?
No.
So at this time, applicant can provide testimony. As I say, we were just giving you a 30-minute block. You don't need to use it all or wherever we go. And then testimony after that will be in 3-minute segments. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I think Liz Fancher wanted to start
Okay.
with a couple
Yep.
of comments
Yeah,
first,
sure.
based on your work session.
And there's a letter from her right here. Okay, we have the packet provided by you, so Liz Fancher. So, and this is part of the applicant testimony, my understanding. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. I just wanted to start by addressing an issue that confused the hearings officer and that has been creating some confusion, I think, to this point. There are 3 kinds of wineries, and so this is an application for a winery. And a winery is allowed in the farm zone as a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. That's how initially wineries were permitted in the EFU zoning district, and that applied to all wineries. What happened is the legislature created 2 easy approval wineries. So there are now 3 types of wineries which can be established in the EFU zone. 2 of them are allowed outright, essentially, as long as you meet conditions. And then the third one, if you don't meet the requirements for the first 2 types of wineries that are allowed outright, are allowed as conditional uses under the conditional commercial activity in conjunction with farm use test. So we're in the 3rd category in this case. So if the first kind of winery is just a regular winery or a small winery, that's 215,452. Then there's the large winery, that's 215,453. The basic difference between those is that for bigger wineries, they can conduct more events and have more incidental activities. Then if you're a winery that doesn't meet either the small winery or the large winery law, you are required to obtain approval as a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. And you're subject to a restriction that 25% of your gross income cannot come from anything, basically you have gross income and everything other than the sale of wine be limited to 25% of your gross income. And that's your sale of wine on site in your tasting room. So I think basically the hearings officer ended up putting the wine sales in the wrong bucket for the incidental and subordinate test. So the incidental and subordinate test is set out in legal cases that relate to approval of wineries as commercial activities in conjunction with farm use. What the case law says, and this is from Friends of Yamhill County versus Yamhill County, is that any commercial activity beyond direct processing and selling of wine must be approved as a commercial activity in conjunction with the farm use of viticulture. Those uses must be incidental and subordinate to processing and selling activities of the winery. So if you look back further to Supreme Court case of Craven versus Jackson County, where they approved a winery on farmland as a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use, they required this particular test to be met. And so in our case, we have a winery that doesn't meet the requirements for basically a small and a big winery. It's another winery, a 456 winery. That winery has a test in 456 from the state law, which is the gross income from the winery from any activity other than the production or sale not exceed 25% of the gross income from the on-site retail sale of wine produced in conjunction with the winery. So basically the events and any sales of food and any sales of incidental items are what you need to look at to decide if those activities are incidental and subordinate to the winery use, the production of wine, the selling of wine. All of that activity goes into the other side of the equation, the balance, when you look at it to see if it's in conjunction with farm use. The idea from the Craven case is that once you are producing grapes or honey on your property, then when you process it, it's basically accessory use to the farm use, and that it gets put on the farm side of the equation. So all of the honey production, all of the honey processing, all of the wine sales, that belongs on the side of the scale that you measure to decide whether other activities are incidental and subordinate. So I won't say anything further. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Herman, and if there's time left, I'll go through some of the conditions of approval that we're going to ask you to impose that were endorsed by Central Oregon Land Watch as basically meeting the test, the incidental subordinate test. And they basically will be happy if you issue a decision that has all of these conditions.
So just a bit of clarity. So from what I got from that, selling a bottle of a product, maybe honey wine, is like selling a bale of hay.
Exactly.
So that's the product processed for sale. Yep. And you want to testify that that should be on that one side of the ledger of farm activity.
Correct, it is. And then the staff decision itself recognizes that it is. In that decision, it determines that the incidental and subordinate test applies to any commercial activity beyond the processing and selling of farm products.
Yep.
So in this case, we have honey, it's a farm product, it's being processed and sold. So I think everyone understands the basics, they're just having a hard time wrapping their mind around the fact that, gee, the sale of wine belongs on the farm, in the farm category.
Not the incidental side. Great.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you.
it's super clear in the case law, but it's kind of confusing in application. Thanks.
Right. That's really helpful for me. I've been trying. I have this value-added processing kind of way of looking at this, or like a perspective on this, and we are interested. You know, at the policy level, we're interested in viable farms. In many parts of the state, and particularly over here, for a farm to be, to be economically viable, they need to not just produce raw agricultural products, they need to be able to do value-added processing. So, somebody wants to grow tomatoes and make salsa, somebody wants to, raise cows and make beef jerky, someone wants to grow grapes and make wine. That's their way of making their farm economically viable, is by doing value-added processing. And so it's been nagging at me, thinking that value-added processing is not viewed as a farm activity in the way that this has been framed so far. So if that is the appropriate legal interpretation in this case, that not just the honey production, but the wine production and the wine sales can go on the farm side of the ledger, that's really helpful to understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Herman, thank you for joining us.
Yes. Thanks for your thoughtful consideration of this little honey winery that we're trying to do. It's been a dream of our little family, and appreciate your time. The guiding vision of our ranch is one of systemic health, so we talk a lot about healthy soils, healthy creatures, healthy humans. We approach all the activity at our ranch through a regenerative lens. We talk a lot about regenerative agriculture, and if you think of a extractive, destructive type of business on one side, regenerative is on the other, and sustainable is somewhere in the middle. It's not enough for our farm to be repeatable. We want to know that our farm uses are actively making things better for our soil, for our creatures, and for our humans. Few things are more emblematic of systemic health and regeneration than pollinators. And too often we take shortcuts that lead to the extermination of these pollinators. Our regenerative bee ranch and the forthcoming honey winery are being birthed out of a longing to see systemic health personified in a family-owned Deschutes County ranching business located on Deschutes County farmland. We've been doing this by establishing our grazable regenerative bee pastures, which, despite the name, support not only the honeybee, but create sanctuary for the myriad native pollinators that call Central Oregon home. Butterflies, dragonflies, hummingbirds, beetles, moths, hundreds of types of bees that don't produce honey, among others. Not only this, but regenerative bee pastures' biodiversity and emphasis on perennials and legumes have produced increased soil health below the surface, fixing nitrogen, sequestering carbon more and more each season, supporting a diverse ecology of soil-building microorganisms and fungi. After the regenerative bee pastures go to seed, they become forage for ruminants that we rotationally graze at ultra-high density to fertilize and rejuvenate the soil, the microbiology, and help in the reseeding process of that pollinator habitat. We're submitting some evidence tonight in our new burden of proof demonstrating how our regenerative efforts are taking poor quality, rocky soil and bringing them back to fertility. If you're familiar with cation exchange capacity in farming, CEC, it's a standard metric for soil fertility. When we arrived, it was around 7. In 2 seasons, it's now at 15. That's basically almost infertile to fertile. These regenerative farm practices are setting us up for more long-term productivity and profitability as a farm and a ranch. As I'm sure you're aware, as you just said, it's pretty darn hard to afford to own a farm or ranch and make a living that supports a family in Deschutes County. And our regenerative business seeks to provide the well-being of all affected beings, and that includes the humans at the ranch. We haven't done it perfectly, but we are committed to caring for all that we've been entrusted with. Our application is for a honey winery production space, tasting room, related events, and we cite it as commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. The resulting honey winery will look and feel like most every small rural winery you've ever visited, with the substitution of bee pastures for vineyards. And we'll talk more about that later. First, I want to tell you a little bit more about our family and what we've been up to at the Lazy Z. If you're familiar with the Lazy Z, it was homesteaded in 1885. It's the oldest ranch and original ranch of Deschutes Country. Our 83-acre property has been ranched for more than 135 years, fully built out and developed for more than 70 years. And in case you're unfamiliar with ranching lingo, a Lazy Z is a Z that's tipped slightly. It's used as a literal brand of ownership for animals, and it's found all over our special property. And as I showed you on the first slide, we actually use it as a brand on our honey bottles and on our bee boxes. Our ranch is less than 1 mile from the city limits of Sisters, sits right in between Highway 20 and 126. Our access is off of Highway 20. I'm the husband of Renee Herman, who's here today. We have 2 small kids at Sisters Elementary, and when not helping run the ranch, Renee is a marriage family therapist. I grew up on a traditional 1,200-acre cattle and hay ranch just outside of Alturas, California, if you have any idea where that is, in Modoc County. Since then, I spent time as a high school math teacher. I was a youth pastor. I helped run an emergency service department at a shelter for people experiencing homelessness in Pioneer Square in Seattle. And I also have more than 15 years experience fermenting beverages of all kinds. Our family is community-minded and extremely environmentally focused. And Liz Fancher created this for us, created this application for us to try to translate that idea into legalese It's now been more than a year since we submitted this application. I'm getting pretty good at talking about the legalese around it, but I'm not perfect, so I tried to defend us at our last hearing, and I shouldn't have done that, is basically what happened at our appeal. But Liz is back on board, and Liz is going to clear it up for you. It's actually pretty easy to clear up. I would also like to add at this point that we have been communicating with Central Oregon Land Watch, and we've developed a few more suggested conditions of approval, and as of this morning, our application has their support if you include those conditions of approval in your ultimate decision. Here's a little snapshot of what we've been doing at the ranch as we regeneratively build out the bee ranch and the honey winery. We've been doing soil building in our regenerative bee pastures, bee ranching and colony, sales and support, honey production, providing pollinator education to the community, grazing and beef production, R&D produce production, networking, horse boarding, and hay production. This is a visual representation of how that proposed honey winery, tasting room, and events play into that regenerative bee ranch business at the Lazy Z. The ranch's value-added product of wine and the supporting events are the economic and the educational engine playing in concert with the other farm uses to sustain healthy systems across the board, soil, creature, and human. Artisanally crafted beverages from farm products have been enjoyed on ag land since the innovation of agriculture. As our friend Frank at Gold Coast Meadery likes to say, we consider drinking alcohol not only a luxury, but a celebration of life. This overlap between farming and celebrating life by drinking these artisanally crafted fermented beverages made with local farm products on farmland is being done around the world, across the U.S., and more importantly, it's protected under Oregon's land use laws for EFU land. We'll talk more about that later. I'm used to correcting people when I say mead and they think I'm saying meat, right? So we're going to talk about mead today. When we talk about honey wine, we make mead. In case you're unfamiliar with that fermentation, alcohol and carbon dioxide are made when you give yeast various sugars. We call these fermentables. Grape wine is made when yeast ferment the sugar in grapes, and honey wine is made when yeast ferment the sugar in flowers. The American Mead Makers Association submitted a 4-page letter addressing the original appeal from Central Oregon Land Watch. And at the beginning of that letter, they gave this background on mead. They say, and I quote, "Mead or honey wine, as it's been called in the past, is a beverage from fermented honey that dates to antiquity. As honey was common even in places without other naturally occurring fermentables, essentially every human civilization has had some form of mead. It's referenced in Shakespeare, the Bible, Beowulf, the Rig Veda, and the Aeneid. Its worldwide history continued with the European settling of America and the founding of the United States. Mead was made on colonial farms, including those of George Washington and Thomas Jefferson." Alcohol is federally regulated by the Alcohol and Tobacco Tax and Trade Bureau. It's called the TTB. And according to the federal definition on your screen right there, 27 CFR 421 F6, mead is classified as a wine and meaderies as wineries. Locally, alcohol is regulated in the state of Oregon by the OLCC. This document, which is included in our burden of proof, is the document given out by the OLCC to anyone interested in opening a meadery in Oregon. The first question on this document says, how does Oregon classify mead? And the answer says, in Oregon, mead is classified as a wine. Oregon Administrative Rule 84525 defines the word wine for the state of Oregon, and this is how it defines it: as fermented vinous liquor or fruit juice or other fermented beverage fit for beverage purposes that is not a malt beverage. And just for clarification, malt is the sugar found in grain, and that's where we get beer and whiskey, and other fermentable. Containing more than 1/2 of 1% of alcohol by volume and not more than 21% of alcohol by volume. Wine includes fortified wine, cider over 8.5% alcohol by volume, and mead. Wine does not include cider, but it does include some other stuff, but it includes mead. ORS 471.001 also defines mead as wine. The definition in the state of Oregon, mead is wine and meaderies are wineries. In support of our application, the directors of the Robert Mondavi Institute for Food and Wine Science and the Honey and Pollination Center at UC Davis sent this letter stating that, and I quote, in the U.S., quote, defines mead as honey wine and a meadery as a winery. And, quote, a meadery must qualify as a bonded winery. For the record, the Robert Mondavi Institute at UC Davis is the premier wine institution in the United States, and they know what wineries are, and they define meaderies as wineries. This was a quote from the AMMA letter as well. It said, the unsupported statement in our appeal that mead is neither a wine nor a beer may be an interesting one to debate philosophically, but legally it's simply wrong. We are wineries. This is a little bit more about the legalese that Liz was just talking about. So there are those three types of wineries, 452, 453, and 456. We cite ourselves as 215, 456 because we don't meet the requirements of a typical winery. Specifically, we don't have 15 acres of vineyards. In reality, we meet basically every criteria of 452, which would have made our lives a lot easier, except for the fact that we don't have 15 acres of vineyards. It's important to note that this requirement is not a production requirement, but it's a land management requirement, ensuring that farmland on which the winery's commercial activity is sited is being put to beneficial and related use. To demonstrate that point, Ben Distillery's conditional use permit is based on 8 acres of irrigated land located on site remaining in active cultivation towards the production of their spirits. We already have double the cultivated farmland in the related farm use of regenerative bee pastures required for vineyards, and almost 4 times the cultivated farmland required for Ben Distillery for land planted in grain. And not only that, but regenerative bee pastures are a far more beneficial use than monocrop vineyards or fields of grain. Working with Central Oregon Land Watch, we've proposed a similar condition of approval to ensure that this land management requirement is met. This is a new proposed conditional approval that has not been in our decision yet. This approval is based on the continued existence of at least 30 acres of bee pasture on the winery property and the production on site of honey by bees. All honey produced on site shall be used to make wine or be sold as honey to the public.
Question.
Yes.
Good, both of us.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, does that mean you can't ever run the cows on those 30 acres?
No, the cows are a vital part of our bee pasture.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah, that's how we fertilize, reseed, aerate. I mean, it's how we do a lot of stuff.
And I was kind of going down that same path. So, I think of a field as it could be replanted or it could be, tilled up and, fallow for a year or whatever. So I'm just kind of getting clear about, because if we put this in the land use, somebody's going to be able to point to something someday and say, hey, are they following this condition? So just thinking it through a little bit. At least 30 acres of, is bee pasture the right term there, I guess?
Sure. We do some defining of that regenerative bee pasture language. That specific language comes from the Oregon Bee Girl Institute in Southern Oregon, talking about what it means to do these regenerative bee pastures. We talk about what we plant in these fields. We do a lot of targeted plantings for what is needed in our soil at any given time. So, but with the focus on creating forage for not only our honeybees, but also all the native bees as well.
Does the livestock grazing, does that occur in the same year, or is it you grow the pasture for a year and then then there's like a kind of like multi-year cycle of rotating through the?
Sure. That's actually the beauty of the regenerative bee pastures, is that we can do it every year and sometimes twice a year. So in our burden of proof, I actually walk through a season in a regenerative bee pasture. I say winter, spring, summer, fall. What could it look like? We have tended to do the ultra high density graze. Some of you have driven by, you maybe have seen our cows just kind of marching across the field in little pods, just tiny little sections as they eat everything. They become our weeding system. They become our reseeding system as they knock the seeds off of all the plants that we've allowed to go to seed. And we produce, in conjunction with a partner rancher, grass-fed beef in Sisters Country. So
In the second part of this, all honey produced on the site shall be used to make wine or sold to the public. I mean, what's the intention there?
Just to be able to sell honey, if we don't want to turn it into mead, just to be able to sell honey as well on the side.
But as a condition of approval, I mean,
It's.
what are we preventing or advocating for? I'm just trying to understand.
All honey produced on site shall be used to make.
That means you can't use your own honey to put on your pancakes?
No, so the intention of that is to ensure that the farm use is in conjunction with the commercial use. That language mirrors the condition that was put on Ben Distillery for their rye production that they do on their 8 irrigated acres. I think the intention is to say that we're not going to sell honey to somebody else to do something else with it. We're going to use it ourselves for our winery. But you can talk to Liz about that too.
Yeah, so yeah, it'll be interesting to, I mean, yeah, it's going somewhere.
Can you talk a little bit about, so I'm trying to get a sense of, in terms of scale of how much land does it take to produce a unit of honey? Does it take to produce a unit of mead? Like, do you have a kind of?
It's totally, agriculture is seasonal and, I mean, dependent on so many variables. So it, you know.
But if you kept 30 acres in bee pasture production for a year, do you have a guesstimate on, that's going to yield us this much honey, and then we're going to make this much honey wine out of that?
There's hope per colony. So it's, this goes back to the regenerative posture that we take, is that we're not trying to become extractive destructive and maximize short-term productivity and profitability. We're trying to create a system that is regenerative and sustainable. So honeybees are a great face of pollinators. They create a product that people want and people enjoy. But it allows us to tell a story about native pollinators as well. And I'm going to read you a little letter from OSU about exactly that on our ranch as well. So we also, if you go to a grape vineyard, they're only producing wine grapes to produce grape wine. And that's it. That's what a vineyard does. We're producing so many things in our bee pastures, as well as just incredible honey and now honey wine.
Yeah, I mean, one of the ways that people look at farm impacts is impacts on surrounding farms and surrounding agricultural lands as well. And I was wondering if you had any sense of, the bees that you are nurturing and cultivating on your farm, are those providing pollinator services on surrounding farms as well?
Yes, so bees can travel up to 5 miles in search of forage. The entire city of Sisters is within 5 miles of our apiary. Our goal is not for them to travel too far because it makes it hard on their life, right? So we're trying to create a system that keeps them closer to home. But we're in striking distance of Mahonia. We're in striking distance of Sea to Table. We're that whole Sisters country area.
But you don't do in some parts of the country, there's kind of traveling bee services.
Yes. Our eventual goal is to not do that. Our bees are currently in California pollinating almonds. Currently, right now.
So that's you're in that business right now, and you're trying to kind of just land your bees at home year round.
Yes.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Great discussion.
Of course. I got a little more if you're up.
Yeah. Sorry, we interrupted you.
Well, and we'll acknowledge we're extending the time here by getting so engaged.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad it's kind of fun, right? This is what she was talking about earlier, 215-456. This is the actual language of that law that we're relying on in order to cite it as a winery. Talking about commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. This is the slide talking about commercial activity in conjunction with farm use in Deschutes County Code. This is ORS 215-203-2B, which defines what farm use is, and it includes all of our farm uses of honeybees, livestock, animal husbandry, horticulture, stabling of equines, current employment in farmland, and land plan and orchards and other perennials, and we reference it on page 7 and 8 of our burden of proof. I should also note that we submitted a new burden of proof today, 2023 update with some more stuff as well. We have proposed, as Liz said, that 25% limit. This is 215-456 with the exact language that we're proposing about the gross income of the winery from any activity other than the production or sale of wine may not exceed 25% of the gross income from on-site retail sale of wine produced in conjunction with the winery. The gross income of a winery does not include income received by third parties unaffiliated with the winery. There are, of course, more ways to demonstrate that non-farm commercial uses are incidental and subordinate to farm uses. These include area, time, and production amounts. This is Exhibit S in our new burden of proof, talking about how all of these metrics are incidental and subordinate to farm use, including just the fact that we're only talking about using 3% of our property for the most expansive of our commercial activity uses on the property. We will, of course, see what happens today, but I also want to note that to date, Central Oregon Land Watch was the one and only person, neighbor, business group, organization, entity, the only anything to vocalize opposition to a regenerative bee ranch honey winery on Deschutes County farmland. And as of today, with that with those new proposed conditions, we now have Central Oregon Land Watch in favor of this application. I wonder how often you see anything like our application without even a hint of opposition, right? This brings us to that farm impacts test. The hearings officer dinged me for not meeting this test, the farm impacts test. And this test is intended to protect farmers from experiencing increased farming costs due to non-farm commercial activity on a neighboring farm. Our neighbors all know about the winery and our associated commercial uses that we're proposing, and they've been notified by mail regarding our application 5 times now. And not a single one of them have made any suggestion that our winery and associated commercial uses would or even could impact their farms in any way, financially or otherwise. Even still, I spent the last month creating a massive analysis of all the farms and forest uses and farming practices within 1 mile of our property line. It's a far broader net than is required. This analysis is in the new updated burden of proof that we're submitting today. We also want to share just a few words from our supporters who've sent us letters of support. That includes our farming and ranching neighbors, High Desert Food and Farm Alliance, Oregon State University's Pollinator Health Extension Specialist, the president of the Central Oregon Beekeeper Association, Brodus Bees, which is a Bend honey producer, Central Oregon Locavore, the Regenerative Apiculture Working Group, Bee Girl Organization, the American Mead Maker Association, and the directors of the UC Davis Robert Mondavi Institute for Food and Wine Science and Honey and Pollination Center. This is a quote from the High Desert Food and Farm Alliance, president of them. From our experience working with multiple farms over the years, the types of crops that are grown and grown well in our region vary over time. The use of honey wine as a farm product makes sense for our region, both as a land use practice and a farm direct product. The winery's success will have a lasting effect on the food system and will have a sustaining direct and indirect positive impact on our farm and food economy. This is from Oregon State University's Pollinator Health Extension Specialist. I'm writing to indicate the importance of farms like the Lazy Z Ranch, who invest in pollinator habitat on farm. Central Oregon is one of the areas of high bee biodiversity in the state. There are hundreds of bee species in Central Oregon, many rare and extraordinary. Moreover, many thousands of managed honeybee colonies are brought to Central Oregon for the pollination of vegetable seeds. Having the habitat to support all these bees is an objective of key priority to the state. I want to commend Lazy Z Ranch not only for its commitment to building pollinator habitat into its farming operation, but also using the farm to educate the public on the importance of bees. This is from Frank Goldbeck of Gold Coast Meadery. He said, honey is the agriculture, is that there's a timer up there. Is that for me? Is that intended for me? Okay.
Yeah, but we
Don't worry.
we asked you a lot of questions, so
Okay.
We'll
sorry.
add that onto your time.
That made
It's
me
like
very
soccer
nervous.
games,
Yes,
you know,
I just
it'll
got
say.
very anxious all of a sudden, yes. Heartbeat has elevated. Frank says this, honey is the agricultural product produced by bees, a species of insect that often kept professionally as a livestock animal, raised on farms or ranches, as is the case at Lazy Z Ranch. Through the synergistic and ecological interaction of managed pollinators on managed pollination lands, the bees' pastures at Lazy Z Ranch is a major, if not the major source of nectar which the bees convert into honey. Perhaps more importantly, the potential that Lazy Ranch has to increase the ecological capacity of the 83 acres under its ownership is significant and hopefully in line with the overarching goals of the county. Lazy Z Meadery's vision to use the value-added product of mead to increase the farm's capacity to increase soil health, water retention, ecological biodiversity, and pollinator wellness in the region while generating a financial profit are laudable objectives that must be adopted across the country if we're able to see a reverse of the negative impacts of traditional extractive land use. Sarah Redlair, that founder of the Oregon Bee Girl Association, writes, projects like the Lazy Z Ranch that aim to engage their community to celebrate our bees need to be supported. Bee Girl organization fully supports their on-ranch meadery, which will attract community members and tourists to their ranch to learn more about the importance of bees, their pastures, and regenerative agriculture, all while enjoying a glass of mead straight from the very pasture they're standing on and bees they see. Ecotourism has become essential in keeping small American farms and ranches afloat, and I implore you to approve Lazy Z its application. One more, sorry. This is from Jimmy at Brodus Bees, which is a Bend-based honey producer. He writes, the Hermans are cultivating an incredibly unique and innovative pollinator habitat at the Lazy Z Ranch and are producing some fantastic honey. They're a valuable part of the local professional beekeeping community, are collaborative, and support other local producers like us. Hopefully everyone already understands the importance of beekeeping and supporting pollinators, and the Hermans are doing an amazing job of it. Not only that, but the addition of a farmhouse meadery would be incredible for Central Oregon beekeepers like me because it creates an additional market for our honey as well as other Oregon farm products. Our small business would be one of the many local companies to benefit from a farmhouse meadery in Deschutes County. Please approve their application. In conclusion, getting back to the heart of the matter, share a little bit more about mead. Wine is all about a sense of place or terroir. It places into a glass elements of hyper-local soil, terrain, climate, and tradition. We want to be a local ranch meadery that exemplifies and proliferates all of Deschutes County's magnificent and unique terroir. Here are some examples of test meads we've already been developing at the ranch and some of the ingredients we've been using, sourced locally. The one on the far right is actually a semi-sweet traditional mead, meaning it's made exclusively from Lazy Z Ranch regenerative wildflower honey, water, and yeast. As you can see, mead is far more than just honey and water. We intend to showcase all of Central Oregon's unique and diverse terroir. Honey production is the result of health. And simply the ability for mead to be produced relies on that systemic health, vibrant ecosystems and abundance, and mead is the most sustainable, dare I say, regenerative alcoholic beverage, and it's not close. We hope I've demonstrated to the staff and Deschutes County residents and those interested in happy and healthy EFU land the benefits of approving our application. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Any questions I can answer for you, or Liz?
What we could do is go to other testimony and then come back for a rebuttal period. Maybe a way to go here today, unless you.
I would love to ask one more question.
Sure.
Before we do that. So, from a policy perspective, one of the concerns here is that we're not inadvertently creating opportunities for people to do a little bit of farming and then run an event venue. And I know that you've included information in your application about kind of, set some parameters around how many events and how big they would be and that kind of that kind of information. But I mean, can you just in a narrative way, kind of try to give us, try to speak to that, explain how this is, we're talking about an agricultural operation, you're doing bee pastures, you're making honey, you're making honey wine, you're selling honey wine, and you know that how the event end of the equation is small in comparison to that.
Sure. That Exhibit S that I posted, and it's in our new burden of proof, talks a little bit about that. To demonstrate that we're not trying to do an event venue, we dropped our events in half that we're requesting now. We also limited ourselves to not include weddings as part of the winery. So I think from what I've heard, this is a big concern for landowners of farmland in Deschutes County, and wineries have a cultural and sociological place in farmland, and that includes a gathering space.
Right.
So we want to do a honey festival. We want to do a wine festival. We want to do a harvest festival. And the fact that we are in the middle of that farmland, like I think it was Sarah that wrote in her letter, the fact that it's happening in that space. As an educator, I was taught high school math for 8 years. As an educator, to do it on site changes people.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and at the same time that I'm concerned with us not opening up the floodgates on people who do a little bit of farming and having event venues all over the county. I also want to make sure I'd also want to make sure that you can do enough events to accomplish your goals in terms of helping people connect to agriculture, and maintaining economic viability. So is that enough event activity to make the whole thing work, or is did you make those concessions to try to make the land use application work, but it's really going to be a strain not to be able to have a certain number of events? I was just asking, how do we know you're not doing too many events? And now I'm asking, how do we know you're not doing too few events?
So in 215-452, which talks about a small grape winery with 15 acres of vineyards, they've created a metric to talk about what incidental and subordinate activity should be happening to make sure that activity is incidental, subordinate, and related to the farm use of the winery. They request 18 events, or they're allowed to have 18 events. That was our original application. I made a mistake and got it up to 20 at one point, and I shouldn't have done that. So I think that because we're just starting, and because we want to demonstrate our heart is not to be one of these event venues, that, I think it's what we have to do to say.
Okay.
To prove it, I think.
I mean, are you putting that down as a condition of your use?
Yes, so we're dropping it to 10 events. And a condition of approval that we agreed with Central Illinois Watch was no weddings. Liz, was there more? We said, 5 events with a capped attendance of 250 and 5 events with a capped attendance of 150. Were there more, Liz, that I'm forgetting?
Yes. Yeah. We also agreed that there'll be no events until the winery has earned $40,000 from the on-site sales of wine on the property, so that we can't just start up basically what would be viewed as an event venue. Also, the 25% requirement that's applicable by state law is effectively going to limit the Hermans to just a handful of events for a number of years. And my view is that law applies no matter what. There isn't really any discretion about that. So they're not going to be able to do 10 events for quite a while, even to get to the 10. And Mr. Herman looked at his likely income and sort of estimated what an event might bring in, and realized that, asking for more than 10 is at this point superfluous. So probably 10 should work. And it's really as much as we can have under state law at this point in time. Okay.
Like she said, we chose 18 because that's just the number that was in. It wasn't like, we're just we're a winery, so we're lining up with wineries is what we're trying to do.
Thanks for unpacking that for me.
I think the crux of your question was, is it hard for a farmer to, and the answer is yes.
Okay, so we'll go to other testimony, and then if there's any questions, we may come back to you after that. So, or testimony online is what I'm thinking. But yeah, Nathaniel, what do you?
Chairman DeBone, I have some printouts, if now is a good time to distribute these to the board.
Sure.
There's two in here. The first one is from the applicant with a letter from Liz Fancher. It doesn't include the burden of proof. I have that in paper form. We'll get that uploaded to the record. The second one is from Central Oregon Land Watch that they just recently submitted. So I'd like to approach the board and pass these out.
Okay, thank you.
Should I stay here or should I?
You can stay here because, yeah, it doesn't look, is there anybody in the room for testimony on this?
There might be.
Oh, okay. Yeah, come up to the other microphone. And do we have anybody online? So, yeah, let's get the person online. He's been there for a while. If it's the same. Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thanks for the record. My name is Rory Isbell. I'm a staff attorney with Central Oregon Land Watch. Our address is 2843 Northwest Lolo Drive, Suite 200, Bend, Oregon 97703. Land Watch is supportive of honey production and honey products in Deschutes County. And, you know, for many of the reasons that you've heard from this applicant and from the many letters of support they received, we did appeal the initial approval of this application because it didn't include the proper constraints that would ensure what you all have been talking about, that the commercial activities proposed here, events, food sales, tours, sales of souvenirs or things from a farm store, it didn't ensure that those activities would be incidental and subordinate, which is the legal standard here, to the farm use of this property. And the hearings officer agreed with us on that. But, you know, as you've heard, we have worked with this applicant to develop a set of conditions of approval that will ensure that those commercial activities don't outweigh the farm use. And we have endorsed what the applicant and Ms. Fancher have submitted today, this list of conditions. And if adopted in a decision by the county, we would not oppose this application. So that's all I have today. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Can you help me with that condition I was asking about, which is the honey production on site used to create mead or sold? What's the intention of that?
Right. So if I believe the condition you're referring to takes language that comes direct out of state law. You heard Ms. Fancher talk about this third track for wineries that has this limitation on 25% of sales. I apologize. I don't have the language. Let's see. Here we go.
25%
the gross income from the winery from any activity other than the production of sale or wine may not exceed 25% of the gross income from the on-site retail sale of wine. So that comes directly from Oregon statute on this third track for wineries that the applicant is moving on.
I was referring to a condition, the words associated with a condition. There was two sentences in it, and I thought that came as a negotiated item with Land Watch. And the second part of it said something about all honey shall be used to either make mead or be sold to the public. So
yeah, some conditions were made in.
We're crisscrossing testimony.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, stand by because we'll finish up with your. You're the applicant. So
Mr. Herman did explain where that language came from. I think it was from it was basically mirroring the distillery language. So I think he was just trying to come back and.
Yep. Oh yeah, no, I understand. But yeah, let's keep the testimony separate right now, just so we can keep it organized. So yeah, Rory, if written record or other, if it comes around, just please follow.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
On page 3 of the letter that we got from Mr. Herman today, through Liz Fancher's letter, it does say there are 10 items which they've come into agreement on, where the fourth or fifth point is no weddings are allowed. So it seems to be pretty well organized there.
Is there anybody else to testify online? No. Okay, so it is
Did Matt
available.
Cohen leave?
Yeah, so he was there. Okay, other testimony in the room then, please.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Jack Farley, citizen of Deschutes County. Hey, I was ready to make a bunch of arguments in support of the application, but after hearing Mr. Herman and Landwatch, I'll cut right to the chase. I can't imagine a more worthy family operation that deserves the full support of this commission and all of us citizens of Sisters and Deschutes County. And I look forward to them making progress and visiting them when they're open. And that's it.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, is there anybody else to testify in this matter? Seeing none, now we can go to rebuttal. As I say, I'm just kind of keeping everything separate here a little bit. Liz, do you have any other statements or follow-up?
Just briefly, there was one, I guess, Mr. Herman addressed the inventory of farm practices analysis. There is a detailed analysis. The main problem with the analysis that he provided, which was also fairly detailed, was just that he didn't understand really what a farm practice was considered to be. And so he's filled all that in, and I've helped him, with pointing out different things that need to be addressed. And so we have extensive findings on that. The last issue, which is that we're proposing these conditions, and they would take the place of a different 25% requirement that the hearings officer found to be ineffective. And that was a requirement that 25% of the honey used to make wine be honey produced on the Herman farm. So the intention of the requirement to use the honey from the property for making wine or for selling the honey was basically to do a similar thing, but not to have that specific 25% limit any longer, to use the area on the property. And that's the same as the Bend Distillery requirement. And the reason that we asked that that condition not be imposed is because the Bend Distillery decision determined that the 25% limit that was imposed on Mr. Herman is not required by commercial activities in conjunction with farm use. And what happened and where that all went astray is that there's a crop processing use that can be conducted on farms basically without land use approval. They just come in and say, I'm farm processing, and then the county says, yes, that's nice, but you're limited to 25% of, or you must use 25% of crops on your own property when you do the processing on this property. But that's a completely separate use. It's not a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. The idea of a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use is that it will also, it will use products obviously on the property, so have a connection to the Herman property, but that will also create a market for other farms. And so there are, a handful of serious commercial producers of honey, including Brodus bees, who are interested in selling honey to the winery if we can get an approval and moving forward on this. So, and then you can see the list of conditions. We also negotiated requirements that all the honey be produced in Oregon, can't come from out of state. For a farm stand, you can sell from adjoining counties to Oregon. You can sell any product anywhere you want for a farm stand as use essentially permitted outright. But yeah, in this instance, we're going to be much narrower. So we're going to limit Mr. Herman to using Oregon wines and require that 90% of it come from a certain subset of Oregon counties. So just certain counties, so adjoining counties to Deschutes and to certain counties that are specified in our proposed conditions of approval. It is obviously will create a market that will be available to any beekeeper in Central Oregon, and we hope will encourage even further honey operations in Central Oregon, as it really is an ideal place for honey production. We've agreed that both the 25% limit on the winery income and the limits related to source of honey compliance must be reported to the county annually. So Mr. Herman is going to be required to file reports on this. If he violates either of the two conditions, or if he violates one of these conditions twice, then his entire approval will become void. So this is a really bitter pill, obviously, to swallow. It's intended to be such, and it was requested by Landwatch. We agreed to it because my client intends to follow the rules, and any violation would just be inadvertent. For instance, if someone came in and just, or someone was going to pay and they didn't pay in that year, and so it doesn't go into your accounting ledger, for instance, that they buy something or it doesn't make it to the bank, or that you're close. But the way it's structured is that Landwatch agreed or suggested that we do it consecutive years so that an inadvertent violation wouldn't make the whole thing void, that you would have a chance to redeem yourself and to be super careful the next year and make sure that you absolutely follow the rule. But my client intends to follow the rules, and the only type of problem that might arise is just inadvertent. We also propose limits on food cart, expressly put them into the conditions of approval. And there are proposals, there are rules about the hours of operation. And then there was a question about the 30 acres of wine or fields, is that the Hermans do intend on establishing 22 additional acres when they can recover from the financial penalty of having to hire me to help them with this application. So once they can generate some income, they want to, as soon as possible, plant another 22 acres of regenerative bee pastures. And that's not an inexpensive endeavor, but that will give them enough acreage to be sure to keep the 30 acres requirement, so that they'll always meet that they won't fall below that, and that they can maintain it as bee pasture. So if there are any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
No questions here.
You could imagine the bee pasture component of this operation being something that you would be actually really beneficial to share with other farmers, right? So if another farm somewhere in the Central Oregon region said, hey, can you come do a 10-acre bee pasture for a couple of years on my farm to rebuild the soil? The way that this has all been set up, are there restrictions against you being able to do that for another farmer, use your bees, and then use the honey in your operation?
Are there restrictions against us doing that? No.
Yeah.
No.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't go for that.
Right, because it does seem to me, we're talking about the Lazy Z Ranch right now, but the potential of this, these practices, for a lot of other agricultural lands in the region, it's potentially a real benefit. So.
And one thing I didn't bring up is that we have many of our neighbors now ask us what they should be planting and how they can support our bees.
Great. Right.
Spreading out.
Yeah. And one other thing I wanted to ask, and this may be something more to ask to the CDD staff, but these reporting requirements on kind of what you produced and what you sold, and are there any other kinds of land uses where we have reporting requirements like that? It seems it strikes me as onerous to make a business report back to you on their activities for the year. And I understand that this is part of the way that you understand whether an applicant is complying with the conditions that they put into their application, but it seems like rather than having to report every year, if there was a process where if someone has concerns, they could do a challenge some year, and you could just kind of show them a report that one year, that would be maybe a more appropriate way to deal with concerns about compliance with conditions.
For the record, Will Groves, your planning manager. So there are a variety of application types that have these types of annual reporting, everything from bed and breakfast to agritourism. Generally, when you have a concern of what Luba's referred to as the tail wagging the dog, where you're trying to ensure that something's incidental and subordinate, you're containing that, as was described earlier, in a number of ways. The number of days that the activity is occurring, the amount of land that's allocated to it, but typically the amount of economic opportunity that's afforded is one of the ways it's done. And annual reporting has been the default way to do this. So, for example, I receive a number of reports from bed and breakfasts that say, we've had the right number of people, we're not renting out more rooms than we're supposed to. There's no reason specifically why your approach couldn't be used other than that having the records on file makes it relatively easy for somebody who's concerned to say, to check that it was met. If we get a neighbor concerned that says, hey, I don't think they're doing what they're supposed to, we can say, no, there's a public record, here's what it is. Let us know if that's inaccurate. If in fact there have been 20 events when they said there were 10, here's what they reported to us, do tell. And that has come up before, where there's mismatches between the reporting and what at least the neighbors believe the on-the-ground activities are. So it's a relatively robust way to engage in that, but you're right that it does come with some effort on the operator to maintain those records and submit them.
Mr. Herman was a math teacher, so I'm sure he's going to be excellent at keeping track of.
I don't get paid for math anymore, so
You don't. You forgot how to do that. No, but I mean, and we all need to recognize, why we need more bees. And are you telling me your bees are in California? Would they not like it when it goes down to like 0 this weekend?
We actually were planning on not having them leave this year. We're planning on keeping them here. And then November, I don't know if you remember, but
it was cold.
October and November, it was just going to be this drudge of a winter for them. So it was partially an act of kindness, but also a way to get them booming by the time they come back.
So if they're pollinating almonds, is there honey being produced in that process right now?
So they use that for their build out of their reestablishing of their colonies. We end up splitting colonies at that point.
Mm.
And then when we bring them back here, because we can have dearths in April and May, sometimes they just go through all that almond honey themselves and start over with our honey. So.
Okay, Liz.
Yeah, just have one thing to mention. Is also that the Hermans have been involved in encouraging people in the Sisters area to establish beehives or their own colonies, their bee colonies. That they have shared that information, and I believe they have sold parts of their hives to other beekeepers.
Great. Okay, anything else? Thank you very much. This will be, any questions for staff or any comments?
Thank you, Chairman DeBones. Staff has no further comments.
So we'll propose closing the oral portion of this hearing and working towards an open record period.
Okay. Yes, staff would just like to clarify how the board would like to move forward with the open record period. If they would like to close the hearing, if the applicant would like to request an open record period.
So, a standard record period be a 3-week period with new information, response, and final rebuttal by the applicant.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would just offer for your consideration, we didn't hear anybody ask to keep the record open, but certainly it's up to you. And the applicant and anybody that's participated.
Well, I just wonder, the 10 conditions that they've negotiated with Landwatch, Nathan, what do we have to do with those in order do we have to make those part of this document, our resolution?
That's a great question, Madam Chair, Vice Chair. Where we're at with the conditions of approval, those were just entered into the record, so those will be discussed during deliberations. And so we can either keep the record open and then hold those conditions of approval when we go into deliberations, or we can close the record and then go schedule for deliberations and discuss those conditions of approval at that time.
I feel like they've been waiting so long, and they've done a lot of negotiating, and we definitely need their bees back here working. So I would like to, if we don't have to do the 777, I think that would be better for their program.
I mean, in recognition of all the negotiation work that's happened behind the scenes, I would support closing the hearing and going to deliberations.
Okay.
Now, if that, I think that's what Commissioner Adair was suggesting.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
There we
In
go.
a different way.
And that's fine. Okay, so, and it looks like Liz is their land use consultant. Yeah, what's a comment on that?
Right, well, we would support the idea of the record closing. We would ask for an opportunity to prepare a draft decision if you approve the application, just so we make sure that we at least propose, or if you determine that the conditions of approval are supported, that we provide findings that support that, all of the settlement with Central Oregon Land Watch.
So that would be close the hearing and schedule deliberations for a date and time to be determined. When your draft decision is ready.
Oh, excuse me. No, I was thinking that we would do that if you approve it, so that you deliberate, make your decision, and then based on what you decide on the issues that have been presented, which staff will probably summarize for you in a matrix, then we would just ask for the first crack at writing the decision, because none of the existing decisions so far track on what we're doing, what we've done, or where we are now.
Yep,
So just
understand. Okay, yeah, so I support that. So deliberations, let's set a time for that. All testimony will be closed on this matter. And then, following, the applicant wants to be able to prepare a proposed final findings.
Okay, thank you, Chair DeMone.
Don't commence deliberations right now.
Well, I definitely need to study this a little bit more. There was new information handed to us, and, I haven't looked at those items. Commissioner Dare may have been able to look at them at lunchtime, but I wasn't able to today. So.
Okay.
But yeah, let's bring this back whenever, next couple weeks.
Staff will coordinate with admin
Yep.
staff to set a date.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for all your work to come to agreement and resolution outside of the hearing process. It really, makes everyone's job easier.
It would have been nice to have one wedding there. It's too bad you're not having any, because remember, weddings are an incredibly enormous part of Central Oregon tourism events. But anyway, at least you're going to be doing a lot with your bees.
Okay, other items, and then we may have executive session also today. I think I had something jotted down, or, yeah. There's a couple items. One of them I kept track of is this letter from the Laidlaw Water District. So I think Chris Doty might have, I don't know if he's going to join us, but he had sent us a note saying this is good information. So this is to the Board of Commissioners, I guess. I printed it out here. Do you know, Nick? Is he going to join us, or Chris, or?
I'm not sure that Chris is going to join us, but he thought it was certainly worthwhile just mentioning that upon completion of the Tumalo wastewater feasibility study, the hope was that the community would step forward and show an interest in formation of a sanitary district and then consider next steps. And this week, perhaps it was just yesterday, we received the letter from the Laidlaw Water District, the Board of Directors, Robert Fish, the board secretary, just stating that the Water District, I'll just read from the letter. We hereby declare our desire to pursue the option of developing a division of our authority that will allow the district to create an entity which is focused on the collection and movement of waste of community sewer septage that would finally enter the City of Bend wastewater reclamation facility. So we have the entire letter. Certainly good news that an organization has stepped up to declare an interest, and we'll look forward to coordinating with them going forward should they continue to take next steps.
So, yeah, I think another thought is, so for us as a board, our job can be just to stand by at this time, but also, direct or allow staff to engage, to communicate, provide facts as we know them, because that's the tricky situation here. We already had people come in front of us telling us, what are you doing, why are you doing it? And we're like, oh, we're just trying to empower the group, the community, to possibly have a wastewater system. Obviously, the commercial core is more excited than some of the other rural neighborhood areas, but it's a community conversation in this Tumalo area.
So, Mr. Chairman, then, as Chris Doty, our Road Department Director, just suggested, staff would welcome the board direction. I don't know that we're not looking for a vote, but just board direction to engage with the district, exactly as you said. So if there's full board support, then we'll continue down that path. And
here we go.
Further discussions. Thank you.
I would support both, what I would call technical assistance, and I can't remember the specifics on how the ARPA dollars that we reserved in support of the Tumalo wastewater feasibility study, but I believe that
wasn't it like 300,000 or
I believe we allocated more than has been used so far, and I guess I'm very excited that the Laidlaw Water District is interested in doing this, and I would support, if there's remaining ARPA funds, in that allocation, using some of those as needed to support the Laidlaw Water District doing its analysis and planning.
Great. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Please proceed. Yep. So other items, anything else, Commissioner Che?
This week, the point in time count, the homeless point in time count is happening. I participated yesterday at Family Kitchen. There's also an event called the Season of Nonviolence that COCC is really involved in organizing. That will have a big event tomorrow with the children of Nelson Mandela and Malcolm X both speaking, and First Story is one of the First Story connected with Hayden Homes is one of the big sponsors of the event.
Great.
I'll be participating in that tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to go to Salem this afternoon. Tomorrow morning I'll be in the Capitol trying to connect with our legislators and work with Doug Riggs and communicate, and then also attending the LCDC meeting, 2:45 session about the 710-acre appeal that the state is working. And my request is that they, disconnect from that appeal process. We'll see where it goes. So it'll be just a good conversation with the LCDC, the commission themselves, about where's this land use going to go? Because we've got a track record of about 8 of these over a 10-year period, and now this one doesn't. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the content of it.
I inquired about giving testimony myself, but since I'm not coming in under the umbrella of the applicant, that it's not allowed. Because I would, in my opinion, it's appropriate for DLCD to be appealing that application.
And I could say good luck, Commissioner Tabone.
I got a pound of Sisters Coffee. It's already up in my office. I'm going to bring that with me. I'm not sure who I'm going to give it to.
Pound, Senator Bonham, we owe a pound to Senator Bonham.
Oh, good. See, I wasn't sure who I was going to get it
Yeah,
to. but-
you know, he's the one who got us the $1 million for Terrebonne. So definitely, if he's missing it, we should get him some.
There we go.
So there was a cease and desist order sent to some residents at the end of Hurtley Ranch Road quite a while ago. I was made aware of it, and I have spoken to Christy about that. There's a couple families that are doing some things that shouldn't be done, and it's on county property. So I would like to bring that up in the future, because it seems to be, from my communication from that neighborhood, that, yeah, you shouldn't send a letter out like that unless you're going to actually follow up on it. And the problem is now getting worse, and remember what happens when you let something get worse. It's called homesteading. No, it's called homesteading, and yes, it becomes their property. And I did speak with Ian Reed, and apparently tomorrow and the next day, they will be doing the point and count, time count in Sisters, so. And of course, everyone, I don't know if you all, I'm sure you heard that someone we know that lives in our community had a bullet whiz by her head 2 mornings ago out in the China Hat area at her home, but she lives close to China Hat, so that, you know, we're just lucky that we're not talking about losing a resident, part of our community, from being struck by a wayward bullet, but there's been a lot of gunfights, and you know, this is a frightening event for that person, so I'm hoping that we can perhaps turn things around.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yes, Chair DeBonne, I just want to confirm with the board, or check in with the board about whether we want to participate and indicate our interest in the core workforce housing program in partnership with the Bend Chamber. We just need to indicate our interest by February 1st if we wish to do so. There's no additional cost at this time. CORE will give preference to employees of partnering employers during the housing lottery when they do that. And if the board's interested, I can indicate the interest, and then we can talk about how to fund that. It would be up to $2,500 in closing costs for each employee. Based on however the board decides, I do want to thank our Human Resources Department, Kathleen Hinman and Jason Bavuso, for making sure that we're eligible to apply. We needed to have a percentage of our employees that are non-white as compared to the region, and we do. We met that threshold. Deschutes County, we have 122 out of our 1,133 employees who identify as non-white for a 10.8%. They turned that around very quickly so that the board could make an informed decision of whether to submit our interest or not by February 1st. So I seek board direction on whether to pursue that.
I would say definitely yes.
I think it's a great opportunity to, you know, to put potentially just a small amount, $2,500 on the line, and give one of our employees an opportunity to have access to affordable home ownership. So, and very interested to see, you know, by engaging with this, very interested to see what it looks like inside of our county workforce in terms of, you know, potential interest in opportunities like this.
So I don't understand what this is, committing to a lottery for a unit that we might pay $2,500 for, or we're buying a $2,500 ticket to be in the lottery to maybe get picked. I don't have a feel for what's going on here.
$2,500 would go towards closing costs.
If they are selected.
If our employee gets the opportunity to buy this house.
Remember, there's a point system. We might get 3 points or 1 point. Yeah, there's a whole formula. And
is this different than the $50,000 buy-in for a unit?
It is different. Essentially, the chamber bought down the cost of the $50,000 option for chamber member employers. So
yeah, you know, we are the county. We're a land use entity. People come to us looking for land for housing. Cities provide housing lands. Oregon state land use system has a carbureted, controlled environment for land use associated with this. So we're living in this controlled environment, and now we're going to step in a lottery for maybe one of our employees of the government. I mean, I support the program, but I don't know that it's up to us to be part of it, because what a shame when we're setting up a system that there's no free market opportunities for people to buy houses. So just philosophically, I'm not excited about that at all.
I guess I would just say that.
But then you don't need to say anything. Okay. You the two of you already did your thing here, so I'm just sharing. Yeah. So, okay. So yeah, please proceed with the will of the board.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah, a couple more, maybe. Yep.
Oh, yeah, a couple more. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Eric Kropp, Deputy County Administrator. I'm here to talk about the Noxious Weed Advisory Committee. County Forester Kevin Moriarty sent the board an email yesterday. There is 7 total seats on the advisory committee. There are 4 vacancies out of those 7. An application process was opened up. There are 4 applicants who have applied for those 4 vacancies. So the question for the board today is, does the board want us to move forward with having the board appoint these 4 people, or would the board like to participate in some type of interview process? And if so, is that all 3 commissioners or 1?
Any thoughts?
I saw the list. I knew, I think, 3 of the 4 people, and thought they would make excellent weed advisory board members. So I don't need to participate in an interview.
As someone who's bought hay from people who have the sign up that say they have no noxious weeds, and that hay had the most, it was unbelievable. I do believe that we need to add more credibility to what the work of that group. So I would just appreciate that. I don't know, I haven't seen those signs out for a while. Maybe we don't give them out anymore, but that was my personal experience. The hay I bought from someone posting that sign, it was very disappointing. I mean, I had bags of weeds from their hay. And I was like going, really? You know, who certified this? So, yeah, I saw the 4, and I'm sure it should be okay.
I'm supportive of those 4 at this time, and looking forward to having the committee really get engaged. We've had, let's pull together times and education efforts and the fairgrounds, all kinds of big things. So, yeah, I'm supportive of all 4 of those.
Great. We will add them to your board agenda under consent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Commissioners, for the record, Deputy County Administrator Whitney Hale.
Lee Randall, Facilities Director.
We're here to follow up on a conversation that the board had last week during your legislative update. Staff, based on direction from the board, revised the draft fiscal ask for the courthouse expansion project, and has also completed a draft of the capital funding request project form for the board's consideration. So Lee and I are here today to review the updates to the letter with the board and answer any questions that you may have. We'll look to the board if you're prepared to finalize this letter in the form today. We'll do that potentially so that we can send Commissioner DeBone with a copy as he heads to Salem, but certainly happy to take more time if it's needed for further discussion.
Per my conversation with the EOCA, our Senator Finley's call Tuesday morning, he said, get your letter in now. You want to be at the top of the pile. Otherwise, it could be, if you're at the bottom, yeah, it's not going to go. And working with Senator Knope's office, they really felt it was appropriate that we ask for 25 million instead of the 20 million, just because we could use the 20 million, and if we got the 25, that would be excellent. The fact that Clackamas got almost $100 million, and they are only a bit more double our population. So asking for 25 doesn't seem out of line.
There was an email to all of us from Senator Knope's office. I think this is so Ways and Means request for Deschutes County Courthouse. And there's another letter being proposed, drafting a letter that can be co-signed by all of you, referring to legislators and local elected officials. Did you guys see that? It came in about lunch also.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another letter, but this would be from Deschutes County. So basically, we're just confirming that if this is a final version of a letter, it does mention 25 million.
We also reflected that the back portion of the capital funding request form shows project expense, and that 25 is reflected on the form as well.
Now, that says we'll add more than 60,000. The last number that Lee gave me was 58,300. So are we going to say more than 60?
We are, but Lee will explain why.
Okay, Lee.
So as they continue to modify the design, address code issues, et cetera, that number fluctuates. It could we're slightly over 60,000 now. It could be 59.5 or 58, but in the final version. But we feel that somewhere between 58 and 61 is where we'll end up. But at this point in the design process, it's not better defined than that.
So if you'd like, we can bring that down. I tried to make it a little.
No,
We can just
I
say
mean,
about
well, with that,
60,000.
Approximately
Yep,
60,000 square
approximately,
feet. That sounds great.
Yep.
We feel that's accurate as things stand now.
we don't want to say something that is not truthful.
Correct.
I mean, the other way to deal with it would be to say we anticipate, because if you anticipate over 60,000 now and it's not 60,000 later, then it's not lying. It's just what we anticipated. But I think either way, we could just say approximately 60,000
Great.
square feet, and that would be great.
So please have this ready for us to sign so that Commissioner DeBone can take it with him.
Okay, Jen Patterson is standing by to try and prepare these, so we'll get this upstairs.
Approximately. That was our big choice, our big change. Okay.
Kim, do
A vote?
So I move that we have board signature on the support for Deschutes County Courthouse expansion to the capital funding request 2023 to 25.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll hand it to somebody tomorrow morning. Maybe the senator to start.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
We'll talk to Connor, too.
Mm-hmm. Any other items, other items? If not, we're going to go to an executive session, last item of the day. This will be under labor negotiations, ORS 1926602D.